She was everything to me. But they took her. And with her, they took my kindness and my mercy. That was their mistake. Because now, all I've got left is a cold heart. They thrive on doubt. They feast on fear. These wretched abominations blight this world, and every last one of them will perish by my hand. Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
We are having sort of a split fight. They are split between the dragon and the fight. They should just take the fight.
Do they know the Twitch is here? Twitch is going to spray and pray. Think he's going to be able to kill the Mordekaiser? Surely? Dead. Nice, there it happens.
Brazil
oh, look where the Twitch is. Look where he is, though. He's going to kill this Ari easily. They just don't know he's there.
Killing off screen.
Yeah, for real. It's going to go down. Mel here, Caitlyn doing the rest of the fight. But again, the Twitch comes from nowhere. He's crazy.
For the side, we're not going to see J4 go right in. The ult comes up, the Cataclysm comes out. They're all fighting in the middle, not as caught in the trunk somehow. The Superman Death Talker does come out and they end up getting knocked back. However, Olaf is on that backline, taking a lot of damage. Sevilla will fall, Jinx will fall. But this Olaf, he's taking them all back.
He just want to be for them. Okay, casually, I guess.
Safety. Jinx is on the other side of this wall. If they can keep, I was gonna say, if they can keep him safe. Okay, he went hella aggressive there. He's gonna get 2 kills. He's gonna go for the 3rd kill. He's gonna go for the 4th kill. Help the best stole is Penta. Quadra kill here for Cookie. Gonna be fine here. Meanwhile, Zeus is gonna be fighting Swaros on the top side, and that's gonna be a no. Victor stole the Nash.
Oh my god. but the difference between it's not going to be enough because he comes back around for the drive-by. Bloody, that's going to be a hell of a clip.
It's, you know, it's like it's more of a rare occasion if it does happen. Just like a three-man Bard ult coming out. Holy moly, in goes Neela as well. Look at the four-man pull. Holy moly, the cutters are absolutely getting slaughtered and getting sent to the butchers. Clean ace.
Below on gold, it's going to be really hard for you to do the Baron here. Shreds your resistances. And we see 5DK are wrapping around. They're going to have to leave it, but it's on 3K. That means 5DK can just start it. It's very close to being stolen. They're going to just take this. Red team do get it. That's so unfortunate. And now the team fight begins. And JP's in the wrong place. He's going to get collapsed on. What can they even do here? Huey's got to run. Sejuani just going to watch his AP carry get popped. And he just has to run behind the turret and pray.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the MiniLCS Winter Open 2026. This is week 4, day 4. Bloody hell, we've been showing for 4 days. Be it, you know, we did have B-Tech for 2 days, but, you know, big up to day 0 for running that. You know, it's not what he normally does. But today we are all in for the Sweatlords bracket, as you saw. First matchup is Latitude versus Mystery Int. Then, after this series, we will have slightly delayed Salmandoni's versus Goon City with that lovely graphic. Both graphics are lovely. All logos are lovely. But, well, actually, do you know what? I have this for you. Oh, look at this. You can see all the teams in the Sweatlords bracket. Today we are doing Group B, at least this first game is Group B. Potentially the deciding factor of who goes through to the playoffs, to the finals. But enough of me, we're going to get in our 2 casters today. We have your boy Day Zero, Lord and Savior, as always. Shaking his head, but he really is. And we have a new caster today. We have Sword. But before I bring them in, we're just going to go quickly into draft and bring them in there.
Okay.
Oh, we're straight in. Let's go. What's good, people?
Yeah.
It's already in the draft, so you'll have to see that. Just to give you all a little bit of context on this series before we start talking about the picks and bans here. Both of these teams in Group B are undefeated as of yet. They're both 2-0. Whoever wins this game is most likely going to place first in the group. So there's a lot riding on this one for placement. We know who they'll be facing as well in playoffs because Group A is close to being all but wrapped up. So whoever wins this will have coin flip amateurs in the first round of playoffs. But yeah, both teams have looked particularly good so far. I know Latitude have been mainly playing through their bot lane, and then Mystery Int have been able to play through bot and mid. Both DDD and May have had really good really good performances in their first 2 series. I don't know how much of Sweatlord bracket you've caught, Sword, but what do you know of these 2 teams?
To be honest, I haven't been watching lately, but I'm excited for today's game. I see a great picks. I see, like you said, they are the top of their group, so I hope for a good match. It's a clash for the first place, so hope to see a good game today.
Yeah, no, for sure. One thing I like here about the Mystery Int draft is they've gone straight for that B1 Varus. So Varus is still very much a flex pick. I believe he's getting nerfed next patch. So he's been nerfed on PBE, but at the moment he is still very much a powerhouse in top lane and in AD carry. So, you know, picking him first, you know, whether or not they put it on Shosuke or on DDD is going to be a very good champion for them. Latitude mirror this by locking in the Sivir. We're gone.
Yeah, and for Varus, it's really confusing because they are now banning Renekton and Ornn, so they focus their ban on top. What if Varus goes top? That would, like, bench all your bans like you did now.
Yeah, so I think the logic here is that it doesn't matter if Varus is going top or bot right now, because they can't lock it in yet, right? By the time Latitude pick, I assume they're leaving their counter pick here for top lane. Well, we'll see. They may be blinding one here. They may have just done double bans so that they know they're like, okay, well now we'll pick something that's safe into the Varus. And then if Varus ends up going bot lane, we get an advantageous matchup for our support, right? That would be my assumption. Yeah. I know that Latitude's weakest player at the moment, because he is off-rolling, is probably their top laner. So
they are trying to secure a great pick for him. Yeah, they are trying to make him comfortable, even with I think he plays for when he does autofill, so it's good for him, for them, a good choice for them. But they picked the Aatrox already, so we might see an Aatrox in the jungle or in the top. It's still flexible too.
Yeah, they could flex it with Ambessa as well. Ambessa could be top, Ambessa could be jungle. I would assume the Ambessa is probably jungle here, but we'll see. To be honest, it is like you said, it is up in the air here. I don't think either of them have a particularly great time into Varus if the Varus is top. But let's have a look at some of these other picks. So the Sivir into Varus is a very normal lane. We've seen it a couple times. Poppy here is kind of obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie. The Ambessa obviously hates to see Poppy W. The Akali will hate the Poppy W. The Aatrox also doesn't like it. His E is a dash.
I see. It's really a great
big
choice
value
here, but let's see. I think they still need more of an engagement champion, but let's see what they are picking.
Okay, they pick the Alistar here, so it's probably Gwen jungle. Probably Poppy jungle, Gwen top then in that instance. So we're gonna probably be getting Gwen versus Aatrox in the top lane, which I think again is probably Gwen favored. She does tons of damage, right? So
yeah,
she's probably gonna be okay in that lane. I think she also scales a little bit harder, to be honest with you.
There might be also a Bobby top, though we didn't know yet. Gwen is like today has been played jungle more, so let's see what they are choosing where she will play.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of flexibility here in the mystery and draft. Like the Poppy could go jungle, could have gone support. To be honest, if they had picked it earlier in the draft, so it wasn't on the same same pick as the support, there could have been some kind of ambiguity towards that as well. Gwen can go top or jungle, Varus can go top or AD. Like, you know, there was a lot of flexibility in that draft, so I like the way they did it. But then yeah, Latitude here have picked up the Lulu as their R5 pick, then support for White Saturn here, and that means we're getting Sivir and Lulu up against the Varus Alistar. So I think they should be able to outpoke in lane, I believe. I think that, you know, Alistar, he doesn't really provide too much in the kind of individual laning, right? He's there, he could press Q, he can keep you topped up on health if you're taking some small amounts of poke, but, you know, doesn't have the most mana in the world, and that's not a cheap spell mana-wise. Okay, so we've been informed that it is Gwen jungle, so it's gonna be Goodman on the Gwen, and Shosuke is on the Poppy here. So, and do we know is Ambessa jungle and Aatrox top? So Poppy into Aatrox. I think that's an easier lane for the Aatrox, to be honest with you. The only thing I would say is I don't think there's kill threat for either of them, because a lot of the time Aatrox is relying on his extra range from his E to be able to land the sweet spots on his Q. And if he has to use that going into the Poppy, and Poppy has her W, then, you know, you just bounce off and you get knocked up for it. It's not really worthwhile.
Yeah, and Bobby also can play the lane safe using her W, her passive shield. She can like farm in safe and have a great lane versus Aatrox. So it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't have a kill threat on Aatrox, or Aatrox have on her. That would be just a quiet lane on top lane, unless the jungle is
agreed. I think probably the most volatile lane here is going to be mid lane because Yone and Akali. Yone is weak in the early, but then I think once they both have ultimate, it should be fairly skill expressive. They're both very like skill-based champions, right? They have a lot of skill expression. Their skill ceiling is really high, so it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
They are both have a good range on their Q, so they can both can farm safely, both can have a great lane till 6s and start roaming, or at least have a kill threat on each other. I prefer in this matchup Akali because she's more damage buying, so you find her damage increase more earlier than Yone, so what might be after the first pack we can say an Akali kill on Yone or something. And I was an Akali main, so I would prefer to see this.
Yeah, I think that if Akali doesn't get set behind in the early game, I think she has a lot of kill threat on a lot of the members of Mystery.
Yeah.
The only person she might not be able to kill will be Poppy or Alistar, right? Because Poppy is going to be on the like top lane income, so she's probably going to be going like Sundered Sky into maybe like Dead Man's Plate or items along that kind of vein, right? So she's probably going to be too beefy for Akali to kill easily. And Alistar, it doesn't matter if he has items, he presses R and then she can't really kill him until the ultimate ends.
His CC is really annoying for her because if Akali tried to roam like bot, W will disengage instantly, and his Q also is really annoying to deal with. So I think Akali, it would be more of a lane focused and play for objectives more than just doing roams or something like this.
No, I agree. Or what I would like to see, to be honest with you, is some 2v2 action between mid jungle. I think that the Ambessa Akali in the early game is way stronger than the Gwen Yone. I think that Gwen and Yone really need to get their first item in for them to be able to kind of match Akali and Ambessa in kind of like 2v2s in and around the jungle. And if we see some roams, it's probably going to be like 4-man assaults on bot lane, I imagine. You know, the Ambessa is going to go in with a public execution, lock someone down for long enough for the Akali to land her entire combo on them. And you know, from there, I think that's how Latitude plays.
Ambessa is like kind of engage for this bot lane. Bot lane is Lulu Sever, so they have only Sever R and public execution for Ambessa to have a kill threat on the bot lane, or just book them enough to and dive them. I hope to see some dives today because I'm rooting for Sever Lulu to win this. You said they are focusing on bot lane, so I think we would see this. We would see this in this game today.
Yeah, so in all of Latitude's previous series, their AD carry and support, Humble and White Saturn, have been some of their best performing members. So you were selling it until Humble went insane on Caitlyn, I think, in the game too. So he's definitely the one to watch if there is anybody on Latitude to watch. And then for Mystery, and like I said, I think DDD had a really good performance in their first series, but in their second series it was very much the mid lane show. You know, May on the I believe he did play the Yone in game one of their second series as well. Had a really good play in there. Some of the clips are up in the clip channel as well of some of his performances, and he's, you know, they're both the kind of grandmaster players on their teams, so they are the people that have had the most points spent on them. The kind of expectation is for them to carry, and yeah, I think Sivir is going to be able to drag the game out. You know, I think that there isn't a massive amount of wave clear here for Mystery Int, right? Like Varus can, if he's going lethality, yeah. If he's going lethality Varus, then
or only clear, like I think they would suffer to like clear versus Barons or like huge bushes because they don't have a real clear method. The other team also might like Sever would be the issue solver for them for this kind of bushes. By minions. So I think Mystery Int had a good draft, but they don't have like the counter push for Baron minions or something like huge they couldn't proceed against.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I agree. They do kind of lack massive wave clear, whereas Latitude, I think that if you put Sivir in a lane, even if they're Baron empowered minions, she should still be able to deal with them fairly handily. So that's one of the main things you pick a champion like Sivir or a champion like Ziggs for, right? It's with their ability to D-push so like effortlessly. So and once we get like several items on her, once Sivir is at 3 items, then she's as much of a threat as the Varus is, you know. We're gonna really have to see whether or not DDD and Scooby-Dooby-Doo can win lane, because if they win lane here, then I think that they can push through with that, right? I think if Mystery Int right now, if they get advantages in the early game, they should steamroll the game. But if they don't get advantages in the early game, Latitude have more options,
like, for me, the combos depends more on snowballing and having items as early as possible, so they can try to make plays more, like try to contest objectives more. So I think they need really to have a good early game for them to win this game.
No, I agree. I think if they have a bad early game, it might be kind of rough for them. So we're gonna have to see. As hopefully we get into game pretty soon here, because I think it's been just about enough for the spectator delay. Oh, okay. So we are in game, but yeah, we are in game, but we have there is a pause. Do we know what the pause is? Pause. Out to Tuba. Oh shit, Misfit. Yo, Connor and the big 2026 showed up for the stream. Huge. We miss you. Please come back and do logos. Stop having a job so you can come and do logos for us. Thank you very much. We've got too many people complaining about the AI now, you know. You gotta roll back in and help us out, you know. But anyway, we appreciate the Prime subscription. Same with Tuba on the resub as well, by the way, the 2-month resub, huge. We are technically in the 2nd month of this event now that I think about it, so that kind of makes sense. We'll see you back in March for the 3rd one, yeah, just on finals weekend. Also, Aaron, I realize, and maybe this isn't the place to talk about it, but fuck it, we ball. We need to work out who is going to be casting for finals if we're going to do studio cast, because Eunice isn't around for the whole weekend. So yeah, we're gonna have to work it out. But
this is a shout out now to everyone that is watching. If you are UK based and want to cast in person, because if you haven't watched the MiniLCS before, all finals are in-person studio broadcasts. We have a custom studio that we have, but potentially for this one, we'll have an even newer studio, a potential undisclosed secret London-based studio. You're more than welcome to join us. Sadly, no virtual casts, just in person. Because you know, we just got to make it feel that extra special. So yeah, if you're down, come down, because one of our main casters, Eunice, won't be here. He has his wifey's birthday to sort out.
True. He has husbandly duties, you know. How dare he? Honestly.
No, I feel sad for not being UK based, man. I feel sad for this. I couldn't attend it, yeah. So like we said, we have to deal with this like it is. But good, I hope to see you guys doing great jobs there, of course.
Be around. Don't worry, I've arranged with a schedule to make it. Listen to this. So I'm reading the Twitch chat. We've got something fucking Adam yapping, but it's all good. It's all good. We'll make it work. Don't worry. He missed finals. When was it? When did he miss finals last time? Was it Winter 25? So I remember, I don't know if you still have the graphic loaded, but I remember making a graphic of Rip Unison finals 2024 to 2025.
Yeah, it was Winter 2025.
He defo missed
Just like you won't have the main production, you won't have me for the quarterfinals when that starts off that weekend, because I've got to deal with my wifey. So, you know, family shit, life.
Unlucky, bro.
We're still waiting on the pause, people.
I have got confirmation apparently that we are in a pause because one of the players on Latitude has gone for a dump.
Yes.
So that's great, and yeah. I hope they know that if it takes longer than 15 minutes, they're gonna have to play 4v5, because that them's the rules. Half of the timer is for one team and half of the timer is for another team. So you know, you're gonna burn your entire 15 minutes of pause so that you can take a shit. That's it's okay, but like
you can't blame a man for this.
You're raw dogging at 4v5. You know?
You can't blame anybody for this, actually.
I'm sorry, what? You don't have your keyboard and mouse set up in your toilet, ready to go?
No.
Yeah.
No? What is this? Come on, people, man. This is League of Legends.
Kind of crazy setup with that. Yeah, literally the pre-game pause dump. Yeah, he's feeling the stress of the current situation at hand, and he needed to release. You know, I respect it. It has to be done sometimes.
What did the predictions say?
I don't know. I didn't see the predictions, to be fair. I forgot to even call them out. That's entirely my bad.
There hasn't been any predictions, as I see. You forgot, man.
No, we definitely put predictions up, but they've timed out because we put like a set timer on it. So I can't actually see who voted what, but
it's very close. It's a 50-50. It's exactly a 50-50 for both teams.
Interesting.
Yeah. It feels like nobody knows who will win this.
I'm coming in. Give me a sec.
Both drafts are good. Both players' base are good. So we are.
I'm not too sure how much longer this is gonna take. Yeah.
Let's have fun with chat, just like as we are sitting. Only less than 200 points. Yeah,
no.
It's 50-50 for like very low points. Yeah.
Okay, it's full of points. I should have dropped my, because I'm sitting on like hella points right now. I think I got, how much have I got? 17.3k. I should
drop a lot of them.
But I forgot to. Yeah, it's my bad.
But you know, you don't have a choice here.
Did I DC? Or did the whole shit drop?
What?
I don't know. I like my thing DC'd, and I don't know if that was me or if it was the stream. I'm gonna assume it was me. Oh no! I could see people in the chat saying stream back, so I don't think it was me. I think it was Aaron. Yeah, okay, there we go. The stream announcement pinged. So we definitely went down. It wasn't me. Okay, I was worried for a second and my internet was good.
We're good.
We're good. Yeah, nice. And I think we're encroaching on that 15 minutes here at this point. So we're gonna maybe be going into 4v5 S in the chat indeed. Yeah, someone has chat. Or is in the middle of it, but you know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, man, I don't know. We'll see. Oh shit, I see Misfit in the chat said, how big's this shit, goddamn? Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a chunky one for sure. This guy,
struggling so hard.
Yeah, he's in the deep end right now. But yeah, it's either way, I don't know, man. We'll see how things play out. I mean, I'm excited to see what happens here. Is apparently the support here for Latitude that is the person who's AWOL right now. So if they have to go into this game 4v5, it will be Humble on his own in the bot lane. So that's not great. I'm not gonna lie. That's you know, their primary carry is gonna have to go into a lane where they were kind of already weak siding to begin with, and it's gonna be on his own. He's gonna be very, very abusable there. So here's hoping that doesn't happen. Here's hoping we can just go into game and we don't have a problem. But
for the first minutes, Alistair wouldn't be that useful, but it's really frustrating to play a 2v1, even if Alistair is like, useless the first 2 levels, something like this.
No, agreed, 100%. We'll have to see. Aaron, can we get an update on how much longer there is left of the pause? Damn. So we are fully dragging this out. maximum pause length here. Holy fuck. Okay. And I'm just double checking on the other series that's happening right now so that I can make sure that we at least gonna have VODs to play, because if we're not gonna be able to do this series, at least that one hopefully goes without a hitch and we will have replay files. Honestly, if this game ends up being a DQ because this guy is just AWOL, then maybe we just stream the other game. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's hype for different reasons. You know, like this series determines who more than likely is going to win this group. And the other series that's happening right now will. Oh, God.
It would be really upsetting to have this game end like this, so I hope we see a great game. Hope this.
Same. You know, it's
come back,
unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, all right. They have what? They've just gone in now, and it's 4v5, yeah. Oh, okay. They unpaused. That's all that matters. Which means we're gonna have gameplay to talk about. Hopefully, we won't get into it soon. Yeah. Noise.
We are starting.
Okay. Let's go. For a second there with the Alistar standing still, I was like, oh, is he the one who's AFK? But no,
I thought
it doesn't look like it. Okay, never mind. It doesn't look like anyone is. They are all moving. We can see all 10 members of the game are, yeah, they're on the move here. So let's kind of have a quick look here and see what some of these early game, like what are the rune choices and the summoner spell saying. Oh, actually, let's look at the action first, because Alistar here is going to take a really bad trade, and the minion wave is already crashing, so he can't base. And yeah, that is rough for them.
New season changes.
Yeah, with the much faster waves coming in, you know, the much earlier start as well, it is super rough. And we saw kind of the same thing here happen in the mid lane, where Yon or Mei was able to chunk out the Akali level 1, and they've already used one of their potions here, so it's gonna be hard. Fucking white chatting is crazy. I love that. Holy fuck.
I want to make sure that you notice that we have a first strike win and an Arcane Comet verse. That would be interesting.
Yeah, so Arcane Comet is fairly normal for lethality, right?
Lethality.
As the kind of the trade pattern is to just fully charge Q, and then when it lands, you get the Arcane Comet, and exactly like that, the extra.
DDD gave us a great example of this.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a strong option for early game kind of lane dominance. You know, the extra damage off of Arcane Comet with the fully charged Q is super good. And then yeah, if we have a look at the rest of the map here though, first strike Gwen, I don't believe that's normal. I think it's normally Conqueror for her. And then you've got Grass.
Normally, as I know, it's Conqueror or either Lethal Tempo. So
yeah, Lethal Tempo would make sense as well.
Long trade, long kind of a combat rune, so you don't play first strike a lot. But seeing it is really exciting. I'm really excited to see what kind of build he will do.
No, for sure, for sure. Like I said, I've never personally seen it, so yeah, I'm gonna be keeping an eye on how they play. We've seen that path bot to top here as well. Meanwhile, Papito has done the opposite. He's going top to bot, going to be focusing again, trying to make sure they can get Humble ahead here in the early game. And that's a flash out of Oko right now. So the Akali feeling the strain in this lane right now. You know, the early exhaust used there by Mei is gonna mean that she can't really trade with him so well. And yeah, gonna see she might have to take an early base here because she's very much under threat of a 1v1 solo kill here.
Yeah,
with Gwen nearby as well.
Really close, so that would be a rough lane for
Flash. Gonna be first blood. There we go. Yeah, very clean play there by Mei on the Yone. Gonna be able to get himself first blood, and this is the part of the game where Yone is weakest. So him being able to get that first blood is really bad, to be honest. And we're seeing Papito being forced out of his lane here by the Gwen, and yeah,
as we said,
I mentioned in drafts, the 2v2 should have been for Latitude, but they're both getting bullied here in the early game.
Yeah, Yone here just grabbed the first kill. As we said, if he just grabbed the first kill, he could rule the lane and snowball this game hard. So let's see where this is going.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now it looks like they're pathing here for enemy mid. They're going to be looking for Chris here. This should be a free kill, to be honest, and Gwen is going to get it. And she does end up giving the return kill, so it's not all bad here for the Aatrox, but still, the early dive here at only 4.5 minutes.
And we have a gank here also from Mbessa. Bobby,
yeah,
I think
Papito's trying here.
Right.
Don't think he gets the kill here though. He doesn't have the damage yet. Yeah, Shosuke here
some
on the
kind of quick trading also with electrocute, so
White Satin there took tons of damage, so they might have to base here bot lane because yeah, looking at Siva's mana and looking at White Satin's HP right now, I think it is a very dangerous idea to stick around. Although we're seeing pings here by Goodman looking to try and counter jungle the Ambessa. Ambessa is really low and they're gonna come onto the same camp. She's gonna have to give this up. She can't really fight it. She just has to lose that. And now Gwen is kind of putting Ambessa on notice here. Yeah. I don't even think I like this trade here for Oko. I think it's gonna probably be dangerous because he's not strong right now. He's sitting on an amplifying tome. So, and with 3 members here for Mystery Int, they are gonna just start this first Drake here, not too far off of the spawn as well, only 45 seconds after it spawns. So yeah, this is a really rough start here for Latitude. I'm gonna have to see if they can kind of fix things up as we move towards probably the 10-minute mark, I imagine. Aatrox is down nearly 20 CS. Oh, hold up! Okay, Papyrot is gonna come in and steal it and gets a kill as well for it. So that is a really big swing here. He burns the flash to get it, but considering how down he felt before that, it's actually a really good thing. He gets to walk away.
You said they are fixing, and they are really fixing after this. Great flash, great steal, great dragon taking, and a great kill. That's a really good fix, as I think.
Yeah, and look at the damage that Alistar just took there, and it looks like he's probably gonna go down. They're gonna burn the Ignite, but Humble's gonna get himself a kill here. And now his gold lead is pretty sizable for this point in the game. Gonna see Gwen hover to try and protect DDD here, but I don't think they're actually gonna make a play of it. And yeah, I mean, we were saying how bad the early game looked there for Latitude, considering they are the less scaling team, but honestly, bot lane is still looking pretty good, and that is their scaling point, right? The Sivir here is the person they're looking to probably carry this game once we get to 30 minutes. So having him be 700 gold up already on the Varus is big.
Sivir as a champion is kind of hyper carry, so you just try to give her gold as you can.
Oh,
and
public execution on the turret. Okay, goes crazy, but the Fate Sealed is gonna come out and it turns into a 1v2. Okay, May just got that on the turret. That's so bad there. I like the angle if they could kill him before he could move, but they just didn't have the damage yet. Again, it was what, Hextech Alternator is the only thing Akali had. They just didn't have the damage. So
I see a replay here as I see.
Yeah, so this is the replay for the first 1v1. This is where May gets first blood. So he commits the flash, gets out safely. And then, oh, okay, so this is the dive that they did earlier. So this is where, yeah, this is, again, I think kind of a questionable dive, but being able to get him, you know, they get the kill, which at least means he's missing waves, so he's missing XP, and this is partially why he's so far down. Then that steal there is just, yeah, someone in the chat mentioned it, but Alistar gave way too much space for the enemy team to be able to walk in. Even if he had died to secure the Drake, it would have probably been better. Because again, their team is the team that scales here. Their team is gonna probably be stronger in the late game. So letting them take that when you had control is, yeah, not the best option here. And then here we go. We're gonna get to see the dive here. So yeah, again, it's, yeah, with no minions as well, it's just really greedy, and it looks like it almost works out for them, but then the turret aggro doesn't reset, and so it's still hitting with extra damage, right? Because it's on its third shot at that point, so just completely pops Akali.
It was really a good idea from them, public execution into Akali's execution. That's really good, but they didn't have enough damage, and already I think he had exhaust. He popped the exhaust, so
yes,
he could really survive because of it. So that was a really good decision, but they didn't succeed as they wanted.
No, for sure. Okay, but yeah, we hold up, this is a full-on solo going on in the top lane. Meanwhile, there is commitment here for these grubs. They got one of them, but then we're gonna see Papito die, so he's gone back to base here, and very messy. I mean, we'll see it properly in replays because we kind of came back to it midway through the kind of engage there, but it looks like the exact same thing that happened on bot happened there on top, right? So instead of it being Alistar leaves and the jungler is on their own to do the objective and gets killed by the enemy team, it was now Akali moves top to try and deal with the Poppy, leaving Ambessa on her own to get collapsed on by Gwen and by Yone, and so they end up losing the grubs, getting a kill on the Poppy. And we need to, is that worth it right now? You know, it's gonna give enemy mid some space here.
You know, I don't think it's worse as also, like,
no,
Yone still snowballing the game as hard as we talked about. We see that, like, killing the top won't forgive losing the Void Grubs and a kill to Yone, who is already snowballing. So playing with really
speaking of,
a really fed Yone is really hard.
Yeah, he's already on Blade of the Ruined King right now. He's one of the first people in the game to have their first item completed, and we'll have to see what they can really do about it, to be honest, because he's gonna be super problematic.
And by the way, since Akali now build Hextech Gunblade, it's really expensive item, so they need really a great amount of gold to start the first item, so they would suffer sometimes.
No, 100%. Although this is a very murky fight here in the enemy jungle. Gonna see the Wild Growth come out. Double kill for the Ambessa. 4-2 and 1 right now. And that is super clean for the Ambessa here. I was gonna mention we didn't speak about the rune setup for Papito here, but he's gonna electrocute, which means he's kind of going more for like short trades here. He doesn't really want to. If he wanted the longer fights, he would be going for like a Conqueror. But you know, he's valuing the short-term extra damage, considering the people he's trying to kill, right? He's trying to kill Yone, who should be able to die in a full combo. He's trying to kill Gwen, who should be able to die in a full combo. He's trying to kill Varus, who should die in a full combo.
As we saw in the start of the game, he passed from top to bot. I think he tries more playing for bot lane, so bot lane we want to kill Varus, and Yone most of the time. So I think it's a good setup for some kind of a plan like this.
Yeah, I agree. I like it for their game objective, right, which is to kill the two squishies. I think if we find him in like longer skirmishes, he will be strictly worse than he should be if he had Conqueror. But you know, that's the trade-off we make here. Is we may be trying to make something happen. Public execution is up in a second, but the auto cam wants us to look top instead. It's now a 3v2 though, and as we see the scissors come out there for Goodman, it's now going to be a very delayed 3v3. Humble's going to have to burn the flash to get himself to safety. They are getting consistent DPS out here, though. Gonna get the kill here onto Scooby, and then they're trying to turn onto Mei, but Mei looks back here. The turret shot nearly kills White Satin, and he is going to get out. Good damage. Dude, if they get the kill here, this is worth, but they don't. But yeah, no, Sivir is definitely in the driving seat of this game right now.
If Humble got the kill, this game would just gone upside down right now.
Yeah, 100%. Because that's I don't think there's a shutdown yet on the Yone, but he is the strongest member by a large margin. And yeah, he's definitely someone who's more threatening. Although I want to note that top lane right now has kind of gone back into the same situation it was before Akali ganked. So even though the Aatrox was given some resources here to try and get himself back in the game, they've still kind of built out about a 900 gold lead for themselves. And they've built the Bramble Vest here as well. So the top laner's ability to actually kind of, you know, sustain in lane is going to be way lower. But that is a straight up 1v1 by the Akali. Just catches Yone off guard, and he just drops.
That's gonna be job here. This is fine.
Yeah, considering she was behind, you mentioned that the Hextech Gunblade is a very expensive item, right? And so now that it's completed, we can see just exactly what Akali can do with it. She has rank 2 in her ultimate. She has first item completion. It doesn't matter that she lost lane. She can still one-shot someone who doesn't have resistances. And again, in that instance, that happens to be the Yone.
Akali has a really great ratios AB, but also she has an AD ratios in her passive, in her Q, in her first part of R. So having this hyper damage item, like having AD and AB from the same item, is really good for her. Like,
hold up, public execution. Varus is just dead. It's now going to be a 2v2 here. We can see the Gwen is here. She's going to throw out the ultimate, but I think she might still be kind of cooked here. She is going to get a good chunk of damage onto Ambessa, and unfortunately the boomerang doesn't quite kill there for Humble. But they're gonna have to leave this tier 1 mid, and they might lose it. I think it only has 2 plates left, so you can see Yone is coming. He's got Fate sealed right now, so he's probably looking for an angle. This is a 3v2, so if they can land this onto the important person. They're going for the Lulu though. They're completely ignoring the Sivir, and they can't quite catch him either.
That was really unlucky for him. He missed the third Q and he missed the Fate seal, so wasn't that good for him.
No, for sure. Although I guess at least it's forcing White Satin to take a base, so Varus can be a little bit safer here with his kind of 2k deficit right now. You know, he's down 40 CS, he's down half an item, so it is a rough start here for the AD carry of Mysterian. Yeah, it's very clean, to be honest. You know, Oko
And
came
this
in
one too
again,
was really
a little
great.
bit
Yeah.
behind.
This one, this kill too was really great, man, by Ambessa. That's the
I like the
electrocute value.
combo. Yeah, I was gonna say I like the combo of Ambessa with the Lulu because Ambessa throws herself in with public execution, knocks you up, and then as soon as that knock up is done, they hit wild growth. They in one fell swoop, it makes it harder for you to kill Ambessa because she's now got like 400 extra HP. But also, she knocks you up again, meaning she gets to do her entire damage combo on you before you get to move. And it is rough
It
times.
keeps you up for like more than a Morgana Q.
Yeah, close enough too, yeah. Looks like they're gonna try and make something happen here though. Onto Oko, he's gonna have to drop the shroud here, try and keep himself safe, but there's gonna be a ghosting bull coming in here with the Alistar, and that's one pop of R used. He uses the flash as well. Now Ambessa's here. Public execution's gonna land on Gwen just to give the Akali some space, although I don't know if I like this because now they've gone back in and it's gonna be a 1-for-1, surely a 2-for-1 here. We can see Lulu is coming and she is trying her best to get there on time. She does have the Sivir with her. Yeah, as soon as Humble shows up, his name does say Humble 1v9 and he is trying his best here. He doesn't have the ultimate anymore, but they should still at least get the Aatrox. They're pathing towards the Yone now as well. Yone doesn't have Q3 right now. He knows he can't run away, so he's just going in for the fight and then he dies immediately. And that's a double kill here onto this Sivir. 4-0-1 right now. Probably sitting on their second item here, I imagine, as they go back to base. And with 90 seconds until Drake number 3, we, I think, fairly confidently can say Latitude are in the driving seat for this game. Every lane apart from top is either equal or severely ahead.
Latitude is doing like the plan. They are doing basically the plan. The jungle just hovering around, giving some kills, and the Humble is just playing safe. He hasn't been in danger for like a while, so he just farm and he kills. So a great gold advantage for him, a great item advantage also for him. So in every fight he would be a terror for 3N.
No, for sure. And like the amount of space in this replay that we saw the Akali get, like, you know, the amount of space she could cover is crazy when you think about it. And then Ambessa, I believe, does get out here. She does get to safety, and then they go back in. And now with the Sivir here, she's kind of hovering, just thinking, do I go back? Because it's still kind of dangerous. Until she has W up, it's still super dangerous for the Ambessa to really be in this play. Lulu has to wild growth herself to get herself to safety there, but then they just get to run these guys down. And yeah, like I said, Yone knew with the speed boosting from Lulu, there was no way he was getting away from the Sivir there. His best opportunity there was to kind of go out on his shield. And 4-3-1 now.
For you trying to trade anything, because a speed boost would mean that in the end they will catch you. So trying to have a good kill on Ambessa or even Sivir would be good, but it's a 3v1 situation, so you aren't that lucky to be in.
You know, for sure. Although we can see now, like, they actually get the first move here onto this Drake, and I think that's just like a lack of planning there by Latitude. They end up not being aware that this thing's happening. We're trying to get ourselves onto some kind of 4v4 team fight here. Enemy mid is trying his best to lock down the Gwen. They should lock up Goodman here, and they're going to take him out. That's going to be 2 quick kills here, so they do end up trading 2 kills for Drake number 3 here. And
that's really good for Latitude. Like, they are just making the advantage more, making the players dealing more damage, so they will make Mr. In suffer in the next fights.
Yeah, no, for sure. Although, yeah, I think right now, so what, we have a 3k gold lead here for Latitude. Most of that gold is, I mean, almost all of that gold, now that I look at it, is actually on Humble. He is on 3 items, whereas everybody else in the game right now is on 2 or less. The only reason Varus is even on 2 is because he's prioritized the Serpent's Fang as his second item here. So he knows right now that he's not his team's primary DPS. He's here exclusively to try and mitigate the shielding and healing from Lulu, the shielding that's applying to Papito as well, and the Ambessa, and other than that, I don't think the Serpent Spang stops too much else, right? It's also just gone purely for the lethality value as well, because it's a cheap lethality item. It allows him to stay at item parity with the rest of the map while he's on like kind of homeless gold. So I see the angle.
Playing versus like a high value shield, like we have a Lulu, we have Ambessa, make it important item to buy, but also for the, like you said, like it's cheap items like less than 2050, 2500. So I think it's a great buy. But as you said, he knows he isn't the primary carry right now or the primary DPS, so he just need to get more items, get him some gold, because that's really the gap is really huge right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. They're also trying to funnel gold here onto Mei as well. You see he gets that solo turret there in the bot lane, so it's going to be a nice little chunk of gold for him. He is on 2 items here, but he's had to itemize defensively for his second item here, so he's going to have a little bit of a DPS loss while he goes for the Immortal Shield Bow. It should allow him to prevent like the Ambessa and the Akali from one-shotting him so much. But we'll have to see if the loss of DPS will actually cost him anything here, as we're going to get into a fight. Fate Seal's going to land onto the Aatrox, and now it looks like Ambessa's going to go down. Still a 1-for-1 here, though. They trade Ambessa for Yone. Gwen goes down to Humble here, but Poppy is going to get Humble. And yeah, with the 80 carry down, surely the rest of this fight is a one-sided affair. But we have to know that Akali wasn't actually there. That was a 5v4. So Poppy here I don't think she has any actual kill threat right now. She's just trying to kind of stop these guys from doing anything. Although she commits the ultimate and she is almost gonna get the Lulu. She does shut down White Satin here. And then now we go to this the wet noodle fight of top lane versus top lane here. You know, the Aatrox again realistically shouldn't die here, but maybe he will. He isn't healing like he should be because of this Bramble Vest, and so he's gonna have to leave it.
It's a wasted flash to keep himself alive right now.
Hold up, Ambessa here now trying to fight the Poppy, but she takes tons of damage just for existing. She might commit she does a public execution, but she thinks better of it. I don't know if they had that spidey sense there that the Alistar was nearby, but now it looks like Mystery are trying to take the fight to them. We can see Gwen is nearby, Goodman is here. This is going to be a 4v4 though. This fight technically hasn't ended. This has been a full-on fight for like 45 seconds. And as I say that is when that's when they disperse.
And Bobby was just like unkillable, man. She's just
she's very Thanos right now.
It's really frustrating to play against something like this. You just try to hit and you can't.
Yeah. No, for sure. And I mean, look at the damage chart as well. She's 30k damage. She's been able to kind of free hit on the Aatrox all game. So she's kind of, there's a little bit of padded statting, but like, you know, she is still a menace in this game right now. You know, she's oh, hold up, we're gonna see the pulverize here. Headbutt pulverize come in. Doesn't have the team to back him up there at that moment though, and as this is the third Drake for Latitude, if they can get it, they have committed all 5 members here. Varus is gonna leave his team here to try and get priority on the mid wave, although they change their mind and they give it to Mei instead. So Yone isn't here for this exchange. They're gonna start the Drake. Now that the mid wave is pushing, Yone is going to rejoin the fray, so we're gonna see if they can do anything here. Dragon is gonna reset. Goodman's gonna go and start it up again, and with the positioning here from that Alistar, it looks like they're looking for some kind of flank angle. They don't have any control over that bush there, the banana bush, so gonna see the blue trinket come out here. I think the Drake should be just forfeit. We don't see it, it's off screen, but somehow Papito gets it, and now we're straight into the 5v5, although that is nearly 2 dead members here of Latitude. We see the Ambessa get popped, and now Oko is on the side here, tries to kill the Varus, but can't quite get it. Humble's gonna get himself a double kill, and this Sivir is completely unhindered right now. They are just getting to 3 DPS. Wild Growth is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. The shielding is coming in, but here comes Teddy. Mei is going to be able to make sure they get that kill. Varus is going to shut down Humble, and they got Soul Point, but the gold lead has shut here for Latitude. So again, maybe some poor wave management in the setup for that objective kind of cost them, I think. But yeah, this is a really close game right now. I'm gonna see in the replay
right now
here.
the gold gap has decreased so much. It is right now 1,000. So the game is just getting closer to Mystery End. So I would love to see them play for this and they play more like we see into Yon. Yon's funnel has a great gold funnel into him. And we just start seeing Varus doing what he should do. Getting some great amount of damage right now as we see.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as soon as he flashes out there, we see the Q charge here. It comes in. She gets popped. It doesn't even matter. Like, if she doesn't have the spell shield here to deflect, even though there's a 2.5k gold lead with the Muramana completed and the last Whisper in the inventory as well, the amount of armor pen there means, alongside the lethality, means that Varus is doing close to true damage to the Sivir, you know? And okay. All right, Aaron. All right,
to return to the game, yeah.
This guy had to flash the one comment in the Twitch chat that's blaming me, even though I'm not even playing, bro. Unbelievable. What is believable though is Papito there just goes in, makes sure they get a double kill here, 2 quick kills, and they are rebuilding that gold lead for Latitude here, and they are committing 4 members to the Baron here. They don't know, or they just find out that the Gwen is on mid-wave, and I guess with the bot lane dead, they just choose not to contest this. It should be a free Baron. So very clean here for Latitude. They find 2 picks, they turn them into the Baron here, and now we're gonna have to see what they can do with the Baron empowered minions. I'm gonna see them start pathing here for the mid-wave. It's super clean here. What lane do you think Latitude here should prioritize with this Baron buff? You know, they've got what, mid tier 2 and top tier 2 still left to take. So if you were their coach, where are they going right now?
I think it would be a 4-1, like 4 mid lane, 1 to top lane. That would be a great choice, but I think not the Aatrox to go top. I think Oko would be a better choice there, so he can just do whatever he wants there. Being Aatrox is really behind, but you need him around your carries.
Yeah, at this point, he's here as a meat shield, right? As long as he doesn't touch the Poppy, his healing is still intact. Nobody else on the side of Mystery Int has any form of anti-heal. So yeah, as long as he doesn't touch the Poppy, he's safe. Although someone who isn't safe right now is this Ambessa, going for the public execution, but the exhaust is going to come out, and they're just going to get caught in a side lane. TP is coming out though, so this is maybe a bit of a lost play here. It's going to be kind of forced if Latitude try to make something happen. Then Besser is already dead. Humble and White Satin are here. They're gonna hit the slows with the Glitter Lance, and they try to lock down the Sivir, but the perfectly timed spell shield means Humble just gets the damage Scooby-Dooby-Doo out of the game, and this should be at least 1 inhib here. They have a wave crashing here in mid as well, so fortunately for Mystery Int, Shosuke was there to kind of defend it, and so they only get 1, and now we're getting a weird fight here. I don't know how I feel about this one. Aatrox takes a ton of damage on the inside of their base, but then Oko just pops the Gwen so easily, and now, okay, this is worth it though. This is worth it for Mystery Int. If they can kill, they get the shutdown here onto Humble. We're gonna see May is gonna try something here, but that's a triple kill for Bali, and she is running this entire team fight right now. She does eventually go down to the Varus, but that is a quadra kill and an entire
Oko did a really great job, man. Oko did a really great job here in this fight, spacing and trying to deal as much damage as he can while being safe, but just he didn't get his benta, unfortunately.
No, for sure. That was a really well played fight there by Oko. He did a really impressive job of finding space, right? You know, like, because this is the problem when you play assassins, especially in the kind of competitive environment. It's really hard to kind of find angles because people usually have way better vision. And so yeah, with this play, it starts off with, I think, what's inarguably just a bad play where Ambessa gets caught, and then I guess it kind of gets mirrored here by the fact there's a bad play there for the Varus, right? So he's out of the fight as well. Fate Sealed lands onto the Lulu, but kind of negative damage really comes out of it, and we come back here into a 3v3 in the Drake pit. It looks like Mystery Int actually getting the better of this exchange though. Sivir is going to get popped by the Gwen, and then we're going to see a full full speed Poppy come in to shut down this Ambessa. Ambessa's looking for something, but DDD is going to catch him with a piercing arrow, and that's just pretty much all coming up Mystery in that fight. I'd like to see how the Drake setup actually started, to be honest, but yeah, it looks like once all is said and done, that was all positive there for Mystery and the gold lead is back to only 1,000, which at 31 minutes in game is a negligible sum, to be honest.
Game is getting closer and closer from Latitude. They need to finish this as quickly as possible. I know they are depending on Sever on the scaling, but if they didn't execute their plan very well, this isn't their game.
Yeah, I agree. They are mis-executing a lot. They've had advantages throughout the early game, and they keep kind of throwing them. And yeah, we can see here just eating too many piercing arrows here. DDD has done a really good job, in my opinion, of coming back from a losing game, right? Like he's still down 2.5k gold, but if we can flash the damage graph, I feel like he's definitely upped it significantly since the last time we looked. It's not like he's on 19k. He's done the same amount of damage as Yon, who was ahead in lane. So he's doing something right, in my opinion, considering how badly his initial lane went. Like in the team fights, he's landing the key abilities, and he's landing them from places that mean that it's hard for them to predict it, right? Like they had no vision over that Dragon Wall, so him landing piercing arrow from there, it just makes super hard.
For me, I think the most advantage they benefit from in Lethality Virus is just items are really cheap. You can just farm, you can just come back to the game.
5 items. He's basically full build. Yeah, he's on Edge of Night, Smeralda's Grudge.
Getting close. He's the second most gold in the game, so he's doing his job as we see.
No, for sure. He's only a little under 300 minions right now, so even though it's a 2.5k gold lead for the Sivir, only really speaks to how fed Sivir is in comparison to the rest of the field. It doesn't mean that the Varus is weak. He is still super strong right now, and like you said, with his build being as cheap as it is, he's still hitting the same item spikes, right? He's on 5 items and Sivir's on 5 items, so obviously as we progress in the game, her 5 items are worth more. But looking at Oko right now, he is just gonna get punished here by Shosuke. He's gonna get popped by the passive there, and this Poppy is a menace right now, you know? She is, I think she is literally only killable by Sivir.
Yeah, Bobby just like a train, man. She's just going forward always. She doesn't go back.
Literally.
Yeah.
I mean, when she's as healthy as she is, she's level 20 already. So she's very strong, right now. And we're gonna see, okay, we see the Steadfast Presence come out here to try and punish the Ambessa. We're gonna see the Ambessa just gets popped. Exhaust is out here onto the Sivir, and so Sivir's damage is reduced here. They may be able to kill this Alistar, but I'm not gonna lie to you, I could see an angle for Mystery and to try and make this play work for them. Gwen is sitting in the bush waiting for an angle, but it looks like that angle is gonna come here. They're gonna spoon feed it to her. They didn't know she was there, and she just gets to whoop right behind the enemy team. And now it is just Sivir and Lulu on their own against 4, and they're gonna get run down here. There is very little they can do. Look at the damage coming out by Humble. He's trying his damnedest to keep this game alive right now. He does get the double kill, but he is super low. The only thing that he can really account for here is Lulu can give him some extra shielding, but she's gonna go down. Gonna see the trade come out. Is this a Penta? She got a Penta!
Man,
that is insane, He literally 1v9 with the shielding from White Satin to keep him a little bit alive. He pulls out the Penta there. Crazy.
Humble, man. What is this? You are doing a really good job, man. Like you said, their bot lane is really good, man. He's doing absolutely a great job, man. That was a great Penta. Fighting back, moving like he should be. Doesn't get hit by key skill shots. That was really great from him. And as we see here, he just get exhausted, getting back, trying to kite as he should be. That was a really great fight by him. Although they were losing it at the start.
Yeah, no, the fight was a losing fight, and then he was able to just kite it. And alongside the shielding and the speed up by the Lulu, it made it so, like, you know, like look how much he's just outranging and you know, just out surviving some of the damage here. And then with the Alistar committing all of his CC to the Sivir, he knows that he's safe to take this fight, and then that that boomerang there is huge for them. And now this has to be the last fight of this game. If Latitude win this fight, it's definitely game, because they have pushing wave bot already, right? Shosuke is gonna send the Sivir to the Shadow Realm, so now there's a 4v5 and the most fed member of Latitude isn't here. Public Execution comes out and they get the dragon here, so this is Chemtech's soul, meaning that their healing and shielding is gonna be better. Humble is back in the fight and they're gonna kill Gwen, and they are pathing straight towards the mid lane here. They are looking for the end, I think. Never mind. They changed their mind. They're going for the Baron. Which, you know what, fair enough. Goodman is dead. Yeah. They can definitely make this happen. They can get this for free.
In our analysis before the game, like Int doesn't have a way to clear the Baron minions.
Their wave clear is not great.
Yeah, a really bad time here for them.
Yeah, Oko takes a chunk of damage there, but he's scaring them off the minion wave, so that's something. And then when he arrives at the wave, he'll be able to Baron power it. So it's not too bad. I think he needs to take a reset here. Realistically, he should have reset with his team, but okay, we're gonna see the reset on a replay on how this dragon fight kind of started. So it starts off with Akali trying their damnedest to kill Alistar. They do get it, but now here's Shosuke, and yeah, look at they have control of the pit here. Poppy immediately sending Sivir to the Shadow Realm with her ult is huge for them, and this is when we see the Gwen commits, we see the Poppy commits, they get a kill. Public Execution comes out, extra damage off of the Q by Mbessa with the smite, and they end up securing it, which is honestly massively damning right now for Mystery in, because oh, he's trying his best, bro. I don't think at the end of this game, if Mystery and lose, anyone can say a damn thing about the Poppy. Poppy has been putting in a shift this game. They have been primed to be ahead, and they're doing a lot, but right now,
it was really I
don't know if it makes a difference.
Yeah. Luckily,
this
Humble is just nullifying goals. Humble is just doing a great job here.
Yeah, no, Humble's insane right now. Yeah, 17 and 5 on the Sivir, completely full build. They have the GA now, which means all of this, you know, as if it wasn't bad enough with the Chemtech Soul, which is giving them extra healing and shielding. May is going to get a good little trade there safely onto the side of Latitude, but they're going to be cracking into this base now. We're going to see if they can actually pop it. They do get the turret. We see question mark pings, or sorry, caution pings coming out as well. The Varus here, DDD does have to go and catch the bot wave. Yeah, I think Latitude here are waiting for that next wave so that they can safely take this inhib, and then the other team are looking for an angle to get a pick, but right now they're not finding it, and Scooby's gonna throw himself in, and he is just going to die here. His team wasn't really in a position to help him and to try and actually make a play, and we're gonna see Varus here charging the Q, doesn't actually land it. Massive shielding comes out onto Mbessa. May throws himself in. Oko kills DDD on the other side though, and this is surely game. 40 minutes near enough on the clock, and we are gonna see game one go to Latitude. The team who shits first wins first, I guess. GG. Latitude take game one.
It was really a good game, man. But we saw like some inting, some bad decisions from Latitude, but it is what it is. They are back because of Humble. Humble did a really great job. A really great
Someone in the Twitch chat just said Humble not getting paid enough is crazy. Not wrong though. That guy put the team on the back there in that game one there. Honestly, if he did not carry as hard as he did, I think they would have had a. I think if I had to put highlight on, do you know what I'd say? Honestly, I think for different reasons, several players in that game did really well. Right? Like I would say that DDD and Oko did the same thing, which is they lost lane kind of hard and somehow kept relevant. So that's something that needs to be commendable. Akali did insane things in that game, considering she had a really bad start to the game. Poppy was incredibly problematic in that game. She was such a threat throughout most of the time. It was basically only towards the end where the Sivir could actually shred her consistently that she kind of stopped being important. And yeah, I mean, the damage speaks for itself. Humble 1v9 is 100% accurate there, because him alongside White Satin there for the extra healing and the shielding and, you know, the extra stuff off their items. I didn't check the build, but I assume there's like an Ardent Sensor in there probably. It's, you know, it was a lot of work there from White Satin as well to keep Humble alive. He's instrumental in the penta that he got, so, you know, very, very close game so far. Hopefully we get a game 2 that's just as good. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Aaron, should we cut to a break and then we'll bring it back in for draft of game 2 in about 5-6 minutes? Yeah, nice. All right, sweet. Stay tuned, everybody. Hold tight. We'll see you all in about 5 minutes. Hopefully we will be in draft for game 2. See you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We bring you back to hopefully what will be some riveting Game 2 action when the AI on my camera wants to stop freaking out. Hold the phone. There we go. We are back with what we hope will be a good Game 2 here for Latitude versus Mystery Inn, and it is match point, you know. Well, such is the nature of best of threes, right? One game equals match point, but Latitude need to try and wrap this one up if they can, you know. Let's hope they don't start game 2 with another 15-minute shit, but you know, once they got it all out of their system, they played pretty well, I think, you know. From a hands perspective, I think that they were better in almost every role. I think that Oko did a lot, considering his laning was quite bad. Well, like the early laning was quite bad against the Yone. He lost the level 2, but then, you know, from that point onwards, I think he found loads of good angles in you know, in the mid game. And look at these guys. Wait. What we talk about LR? No. They don't need to wrap up the game so people can go watch LR, because after this game finishes, we got another game coming. We got Salman Gondonis and and Goon City. You can't be switching streams, guys. You got this is why you have 2 monitors, no? So you can watch 2 streams easy. Gotta stick in. You heard. Hey, you have phones. There you go. Yeah, that's one. Aaron says. I don't know if you heard Aaron, because I can never tell when you can hear him and when it's just us in our ear, but you know, it's all good. But let's see, Sword, what do you want to see in game 2? How do you, if you're in Latitude's shoes right now, what are we playing, or what are we trying to play in draft 2 to try and finish this game out?
I may try the same plan, to be honest. I just put Humble on a hyper carry like we did, invest a lot on him, and just he will do his work, as we said last game. Last game we saw like going up and down from both teams. A great advantage from Latitude, wasted to Mystery Inn at the mid game, and just returning it back to Latitude. So it was a weird game, but their plan goes as they wanted. Their hyper carry got fed, and he just gone wide.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think kind of matching the same vibe, you know, if top lane is going to lose, we put top lane on something that can lose gracefully. I don't think that the Aatrox was that champion. I think Aatrox had a very hard time in game 1 there. Maybe we whip out like an Ornn or like a Scion or a Malphite or something, you know, something that is quite hard to hemorrhage gold in the same way that kind of happened in game 1 there. But obviously I think for Mystery Inn here, who have elected to take the red side now, they might be looking more at, if I was in their shoes, I would be looking more at like a dive comp. I would be looking more at let's remove the safety net for Humble, right? Let's get rid of some of these enchanters. We already know that the Lulu is out, right? So we don't need to worry about that one anymore. But we want to remove those kind of things that's keeping Humble safe, and then we want to dive this guy. We want to kill him as well as we can, you know. Maybe it's even getting rid of like a Xayah so that he can't keep himself safe if that's a champion that he plays. But that's what we're gonna go for. Hold up, what can we have the really famous mid and jungler off streamer mode for this last game? I don't even know who that. Oh, was this Goodman and May for Mystery Inn? You go DM them, bro. Go DM them. You ask. You just you add them on League. Just be like, oh, please remove streamer mode. Thank you. Love you long time. Yeah, streamer mode has been a difficult thing for us to deal with, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. It is what it is, though. We're not gonna have a problem with it, although we may have a problem with the Rise pick B1 here. So this is, I believe, still a very strong pick, right? Rise is one of those champions at the moment. They just buffed one of his best items in, I believe it's called Actualizer. They made it 300 gold cheaper without changing any of the stats on it, so it is just strictly a better item now. And
Rise, to be honest, I hate to see Rise. I hate to see Rise in my games. I hate to see Rise in pro plays. I hate to see the champion, man. He's so tanky, so buffy with Rod of Ages and Seraph, and just he gives you a really hard time to play against, to be honest. I hate to see it.
No, I feel that. Ryze is one of those champions where if you do not outrange him, you will have a very bad time when he gets 3 items. You know, I always kind of refer to him as a machine gun. You know, like if you're within his range, if you're within his kind of like purview, he will just gun you down with his abilities. Like his, you know, there's a meme around Ryze about people being able to headbutt the keyboard and it makes his combos work, because that's kind of what you do. All of his abilities reduce the cooldown on his other abilities, which means he just kind of goes like spam, and then you're dead, you know. And I saw someone in the chat mention that Ryze got nerfed last patch, but it was a slap on the wrist, to be honest. He got a bit of damage removed off of his W, which isn't his primary damaging ability. Like, you use W to root people, it's not really, you know, it's not really there for the damage. So again, kind of negligible. I think more important was the nerf they did to his to Phase Rush, which obviously is his primary rune. They removed 25% of the speed you get from it if you're ranged. So that's a bigger nerf, to be honest, than the W damage. But enough about Ryze. Let's talk about the rest of the draft.
We see
we
here,
got Ash Jarvan.
Our jungle matchup already. We have our jungle matchup already, and the bot matchup. Yeah, we all most of this matchup will play against each other. So we know the jungle clash. We know the bot. We know the. I think Ryze is mid. So.
Yeah, Ryze will more than likely be mid. I can't imagine they'll put it top here, considering how top lane went game 1. But I mean, maybe, I don't know. I haven't had a chance really to look at Oko's recent match history to see if he's been playing the Ryze a lot. I know that both players can play it because enemy mid has been a mid laner by trade. He is off-rolling this tournament to allow their team to have enough points to even be eligible. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's maybe the option. They were like, oh, well, Shosuke, he plays tanks, right? He's shown proficiency in the last 5 games on tanks. So maybe we send Ryze up there, we force a melee versus ranged matchup. It's definitely a flex they could lean into. Just to answer the questions in chat about who won game 1, it is currently 1-0 to Latitude. They are at match point right now, so they're currently in the lead here, and we're gonna see Mystery Inc. gonna lock up the Renekton here. They will blind their top laner to hold on to the support counter pick for this bot lane matchup, which I think is the right play here. You know, if they can get DDD and Scooby Dooby Doo a good lane here, you know, it will allow them to hopefully shut down Latitude's primary wing con. You know, Corki is a very aggressive lane though. He's a very strong laner, so we'll see what they can do as they're hovering Pantheon here, which is a interesting option.
Support Pantheon or top Pantheon? We don't really know yet.
Out here, it's one of those two for sure, because the Pantheon here, I think Pantheon into Renekton, I couldn't tell you who wins that lane, to be honest. I think that in longer trades, Renekton should win, but in short bursts, I think Pantheon's pretty good at dealing with him. But we'll see.
I think Pantheon is really good into it's more of a skill matchup. If you played it right, you win it. For Pantheon and Renekton, Pantheon is just kind of a poke and a fast all-in. Unlike Renekton loves really long fights for his sustain and his cooldowns to come back. He's a really good champion in long trades. But I think it's, as we said, it's a top Ryze, right? Maybe?
Yes, I don't think it's a top Ryze here though. I'm almost certain it's going to be a Pantheon top.
And we got an Ashe, Renata, bot lane. It's an enchanter pick.
Yeah, I don't dislike the Renata here. Renata, I think, makes it really hard for Lee Sin and for Pantheon to do their thing, you know? I think they're gonna have a hard time.
And we have like something like a wombo combo here. We have Jarvan, Orianna, and Renata. That would be a hard team fight for Latitude, to be honest.
I agree. sorry, the other game that's occurring right now, they're like DMing me, and I'm the only person available to deal with it at the moment. So I'm like trying to get that out of the way, but also trying to pay attention to this draft. Apparently for game 2, their top laner has had a DC, so they need to replace him. But that is all good. We will find out about that when we do that series, which will be in VODs in about an hour, maybe 2 hours if this goes to 3 games. But let's see what we have here. They have a very early game focused draft here by Latitude, so they're gonna have to win early if they want to actually drag this game into a quick victory, right? Ryze is their scaling option here, but you know, Corki, Lee Sin, Pantheon, they all like, you know, they all want to win lane. They want to do, you know, quick action as quick as possible. You know, they get outscaled pretty hard here, I think. I think that the Jarvan Orianna combo is really strong, so the team fight here from Mysterian is disgusting. They could definitely take this game in the 5v5s. We saw some really scrappy 5v5s in game 1, so I think that just from a team fighting perspective, Mysterian's draft is way better. Like Ash's consistent DPS on the backline, she can help start some of these fights if she does the enchanted crystalline arrow from base. They have, you know, flag and drag into Shockwave with Orianna, or Cataclysm into Shockwave. Renekton can create tons of space for them as well. You know, he's the Dominus, so he can make himself really beefy. His stun also removes shielding, which will be probably quite good to deal with the Ryze, because he's gonna go for a Seraph's Embrace. It's probably his second item, so Renekton's not in a bad place to deal with it either. And then Renata gives everybody functionally a second health bar for a second or two from her W. Not to mention Hostile Takeover as well. There are 3 melee champions on Latitude's lineup right now, so Hostile Takeover will be easy to land, and it should hit multiple people, so it can be a massive kind of swing for Mystery. And although, enough talking about how the game's gonna go, let's put our money where our mouth is, everybody. Let's drop some coins, put them Stimo coins down, unless you live in the Netherlands, in which case then get yourself onto a VPN and put your Stimo coins down. Unlucky that you can't bet if you live in the Netherlands. I am going to put all of my coins, so there's a lot on the line here, on the Mystery Int draft, because I think that this game will come down to 5v5s, and their 5v5 is better. So let's splash some cash here. Why not? Let's get some coinage going.
I will put all my money as you, to be honest. I see that Mystery Int had a really great draft. I think they're more of a team fighting draft, so that would be hard to deal with when they are doing objectives. We see Orianna, we see Ashe, that's a great scaling champions to be on your team. Like a good overall team, to be honest. So I will put all my money as you, as Mystery Int. I think Latitude.
Yeah, I think I agree.
There's very hard, to be honest.
There is a lot of onus here on the Lee Sin to have impact. If he cannot get lanes ahead early, he is going to be useless. So I'll be watching him with a lot of interest, to be honest with you, because if he can't, if he can't get some motion going in the jungle right now, if he can't find kills mid or in jungle or in top side, the mid lane 2v, the jungle mid 2v2 here, I don't even think it's actually that favored for Latitude, because Ryze in the early game isn't the biggest threat. Meanwhile, Orianna should be able to bully him in lane fairly handily. Jarvan versus Lee Sin in the isolated 1v1, yes, Lee Sin wins. In the 2v2 though, Lee Sin is still pretty squishy. If he can't start gaining some health back off of his W, Jarvan being able to flag and drag him into Orianna QW, with auto attacks peppered in, Lee Sin's not going to live very long. So, the real play here is going to be, can Lee Sin make something happen in the first 10 minutes of the game? Is he going to be able to accelerate people? And also, we're going to be looking top, because they picked Pantheon here, and Pantheon is a very early game focused champion. So if the lane goes the way it went in game 1 for the Aatrox Poppy matchup, if Shosuke is just better in the lane, then I think Pantheon might have a hard time kind of finding anything meaningful through lane, right? It's gonna be instead of playing for let me dominate lane, it's gonna become, Grand Skyfall is off cooldown, I am using it to try and go and impact Humble's lane, you know? Like, he's going to become kind of like a secondary jungler, essentially, where him and Lee Sin will more than likely have to kind of just move as a pair, or wherever the Lee Sin goes, maybe he has to hover so that he can use Grand Skyfall and try to join the fray wherever possible, right? And they do have a lot of movement options. I'm not gonna lie, this is something I notice now, is they have Grand Skyfall, they have Realm Warp. There is a lot of really short kind of duration, large scale movement options here for Latitude, right?
They can just instantly join fights, to be honest. They can instantly be anywhere in the map and just be on your head in any time. So that would benefit them. But as you said, they need their early game very hard to be a snowbally early game. They get kills, they get items. Mostly, I would focus on funneling gold to Rise. It's just that would help him to carry the game if the game goes long. So if they didn't do so, they need to end the game as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think if the game goes as late as game 1 did, I think they will struggle, and that's why I've leaned towards Mystery Int, to be honest, because I think that their draft scales better. It says they have Lulu on this thing right now, which they definitely don't, because it was in game 1. It should be Renata, so that's an Aaron fix right there. But yeah, I think that draft is really good. I think the Renata R5 is huge as well. If Renata can perform, if we can see Scooby put in a performance on this Renata, unlike the Alistar game, I think really they could probably take this game fairly handily, to be honest with you. Hold up. Aaron, we need to cut for a second because they need a new lobby. Apparently we're having the same issues we had yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before. Yes, we're back to back to back to back. I'm gonna quickly try and sort it for them. I don't know if you want to cut to a break for the stream because this might take like 5 minutes, but I have run out of good things to say. My brain is off. Well. Is the AI working? Yeah, there we go. Wait. Welcome back, people. We got the lobby to work. We made it. We made it. You know, game 1 mod with fecal incident. Game 2 client incident. You love to see. I love Riot Games. I'm not gonna repeat everything I said when we were on break where I complained about Riot being a terrible company, but like, you know, just all I can say is cope, because what, 2027 we're getting a new client? Do we think these, I beg, Aaron, please, can you make a prediction right now for me? I don't know if you can, because you've already done the prediction for game 2, so I don't think we can do a poll. Can we do a poll? Do we think the 2027 client refresh is going to fix any of these issues? Because I would love to know what the people think.
To be honest, I don't feel optimistic about this.
No, neither do I. I think every time Riot Games make any kind of meaningful change to the game, it tends to just not work out, you know? Like, I even remember when this first client refresh came in, we like, it looks visually better than the client used to look, but there were so many actual like problems with it, you know, and they haven't fixed them in most of the time the game's been out. It's just been rough, to be honest. But at least we are
focusing on just balancing is our champion and nerfing them for probably just happy for them.
Yeah, I think that the balance team is not super problematic, especially now, because I mean, again, as someone who's played for God knows how long, I can remember some ridiculously broken stuff, and there's never really anything super broken in the game anymore, like at the same level. Like I remember there was one season in PBE, they had you could stack black cleavers, and so there was a build on Riven where you just bought multiple black cleavers. It was the only thing you bought, and she just shredded everyone. Like she was super obnoxious. Or like Aaron will remember Feral Flare was an item that existed, which was like a jungle item that you would build specifically if you're a farming jungler, and on certain champions like Warwick it gave extra on hit damage, but the on hit damage scaled with how many camps you had cleared or something like that. I might be butchering that memory of it, but I remember it scaled really aggressively, so you would build it on champions like Yi or champions like Warwick, and it was ridiculously strong.
To be honest, I'm happy I wasn't a part of the game till this time. I wasn't.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, the game, the balance team is way better now than it used to be, but like, yeah, everything else is still pretty rough, to be honest. Like I don't even know if they have a team working on the client. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I haven't seen anything meaningful happen to it. The only thing they do, they just shoehorn mini games into the client and call it a day. Like, like I know that the game that you actually want to play doesn't load, and that we keep dropping ranked queues every like couple days because but don't worry, we have budget Balatro in client, have fun with it. We have budget Civilization in client, have fun.
Yeah, man, trust is their plan. Trust it. You need to trust it.
Exactly, yeah. When was the last time a massive company did anything bad to anyone, eh? Yeah, they have our best interest in mind, trust. Tencent loves those. But we should, hopefully, be getting into game now. We're gonna have to see. The only way to fix the game is to delete it entirely. True.
Yeah.
Even then, I wouldn't even be surprised if they try to keep Vanguard on your PC, even if you uninstall all of your Riot games and the Riot client. Just like, yeah, but you know you want to kind of keep Vanguard anyway, though, right? Everybody loves Vanguard. Demacia Rising is good. I haven't even touched it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is it worth playing? Yeah, you think so? Or
I played it before. You're just playing it for like the rewards I get from just. I don't care about it. It's more of a strategy game, but I don't love this kind of games, so didn't touch it.
Yeah, fair. I get that. That makes sense. And oh, there we go. The poll is here. The poll has ended. It was a 3-way tie between yes, no, and fuck Riot. Lovely. Well done, guys. That is mega insightful. But what I was gonna say is, do we know, are we in game? Oh, you put a spectator delay timer on the stream. I didn't even see that. Holy moly, that's okay, that's content. You love to see it. Now everybody knows we've got T-minus 30 seconds until we're gonna hit the game. But yeah, just I guess while we wait for the game to really start, what lanes are we looking at, do you think? I think top and bot lane are kind of where we should be looking at most right here. Because Pantheon Renekton should be super volatile.
It's two early game champions, two trying to snowball the game as they should do. So it would be a clash all the time between them. It would be skirmishing, fighting. All the action in the game would be in top lane from my perspective. And of course bot lane we have a Corki and Nautilus. So these two lanes are the all action we need to see. I don't think mid lane would have a lot of action.
Yeah, I think if mid lane has any action, it should realistically be because of the fact junglers are trying to impact it, right?
Yeah, it's just 2v2, not just 1v1, to be honest.
This guy's baiting us, dude.
And I thought we are in the summoner rift already.
Yeah, I thought we were in game, and then he just brings it back to the cams. I think he's trolling the viewers, you know? But here we go. It is time. We made it. Game 2. If Latitude can take this game, they will secure first place in this group, much to the chagrin of Teddy, because he really wants that first place so that he can face coin flip amateurs in the playoffs round 1. So if he doesn't win this series, he's not going to get that, you know, that matchup that he wanted, because he was talking all of the pre-tournament, you know, as soon as his team had signed up and he knew that Linium and Sinstinct were looking at another team and they got put in the opposite group, he's like, give me them now. And then now, well, the hopes of him getting that matchup are riding on this, because if he doesn't win here today, then Latitude face them. And if Latitude can beat Mr. Ian, the statistics would probably say they can beat coin flip amateurs. So they're not going to get that game. They're not going to get that matchup. So it's all riding right now for Mr. Ian on, or at least for the mid laner of Mr. Ian, on whether or not they can get back-to-back wins
in this game. Don't need to fight for his life to get his matchup.
Go do what he can. I mean, he's got a nice control mage here as well, so that I think that the setup is maybe a little bit better for him here. I think the Yone in competitive is a little bit hard, right? We don't really see him picked up in pro too much because I think he's quite easy to shut down, you know. So we'll see what happens here. But there's some nice trading. Level 2 trading down here in the bot lane. Not even, sorry, level 1 in fact. And going really in the favor of DDD and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. There are too many Ds in that bot lane. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
But
League of Ds in the bot lane, man.
Literally, yeah. And, nice trading here from Oko on the rise. We see a flash burn. I think we're gonna see first blood here in mid, but the cam just doesn't want us to look at it. Never mind, Corki's gonna get it. Humble's gonna get the double kill here. Meanwhile, Oko popped his flash. So I was looking at the minimap because I knew that there was a fight happening mid, but they're gonna get the return kill here. Goodman does pick up the return kill here. Although, nice trade here by Pantheon. Pantheon's gonna flash out. He doesn't have the mana, but he does have the autos, and that is 3 kills here in 2.5 minutes for Latitude. And we go into a pause. Pray no one has a bowel movement, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah,
up till now, I love that Humble got these 2 kills. That would make the early game interesting.
Yes, I think him getting the early game kills here is pretty big, to be honest with you. I think yeah, we want to see him get ahead early. I think that he only really carries the game if he's at a major lead. And yeah, we're gonna see the replay here of the 2v2 level 2 here. Both of them hit it. We get the flash straight up, just auto attack by Nautilus, and then yeah, they're just kind of illegally positioned there. I guess they just didn't realize just how much he could do. And then oh, look at the damage. The Orianna walks away with a single auto attack left of health. And then the same here for Rise. He pops Ghost. He's trying to you can see he's predicting for the EQ. He's trying to like dodge it, but he just eventually has to just give it up. And then here we see the empowered W comes out for Chris. Gonna jump straight onto the Renekton with the Ignite as well. And then just straight up kill there. And that is an easy kill there for the Pantheon. So this is, even we mentioned, it's going to really be on the Lee Sin to try and get some impact in these lanes, but kinda he hasn't had to. There's been a 2v2 double kill here for the bot lane and a 1v1 solo kill for the top lane right now. So his lanes are set up already, meaning now his job will be to accelerate their leads, or he could try to play for the mid lane, I guess, and try to mitigate the advantages that May and Goodman are going to get. But we'll. Okay, so we've been informed that we're paused right now because there is a peripheral problem. Who do we know? Who? No. Do we at least know which side? Blue side. Okay, so Latitude, one of the players on Team Latitude are having issues with one of their peripherals, so it might be like a mouse issue or a keyboard issue. Here's hoping they can resolve it quickly. And these guys trying to treat it like LCS over here. Holy fuck. They're gonna have some guy show up at their house with an extra keyboard. But yeah, we'll see what happens here, see what they can do. Who knows right now, but either way, we got a 1.2k lead here for Latitude in this early game, 3-1 in kills. Let's take this time to maybe talk a bit about what the runes are here. So I think it looks fairly standard for everybody, We've got Conqueror on both top lane and jungle. Okay, all right. Okay, so it wasn't Latitude that's having peripherals issues. It is May. So mid laner of Mystery Int having issues with mouse or keyboard, but we'll see what happens with them. Hopefully they can resolve it soon. They do have a 15-minute timer on this before they will have to just kind of deal with the issue. So here's hoping they have enough time to sort that. We'll see what happens. But right now, they are up in lane because of the play here in the mid lane. They were able to TP straight back, so they lost nothing. Meanwhile, obviously Rise hasn't got the TP. They've gone for the Ghost, so he is missing at least one, probably two waves here. Due to where the wave is, he's at least not losing any plating, so that's a positive for him. Being able to keep the lane shoved there, super useful. But it's still, the early game team have gotten some early game kills, and we're going to see if they can turn it into some objectives here when we get back in. But the real question is, when will we get back in? The game is going as they just want. The game, 2 kills for Corki, 1 kill for Pantheon. They are leading the game by gold, so the plan is executed perfectly. Just they need Lee Sin to be more active on the map. Jorvin started first, but he needs to gank more and play for objectives. He has Fed Corki, he has Nautilus, he has Pantheon. They can just... I think this is a game we might see Latitude do a great job with an early game comp. Unlike the last game. The last game it was like kind of a hyper carry comp. So yeah, no, I agree. I think they don't really have the same kind of hyper carry here. So like we mentioned in draft, if they don't close the game out like promptly, within let's say 25 minutes, if it goes past 30 minutes, I could see a world where Mystery Int, even if they are behind, when they get their core items on all of their characters, they should be able to still fight things. They have great kind of team fight control, right? They've got Cataclysm, Shockwave, Dominus, Enchanted, Crystalline Arrow, Hostile Takeover. They're all really good abilities to be able to really turn the tide of a 5v5. But they're also all ultimates. So, this team really need to wait until they hit level 6. And that's when they'll probably be able to do something. And we've already seen here in the level 2s and the level 3s that top and bot have, been punished here. So now it's going to be
well, when you get level 6, are you better than the enemy team level 6 with 300 extra gold than you? Or, you know, if they get CS leads as well, it's going to be more than 300, right? So we will keep an eye on it, though. As wait, Aaron, what's the timer for now? Or is that just an auto thing you forgot to turn off? Oh, we're going back in. Let's go. So the pause is done then, I assume, right? Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
You love to see
Let's
it.
go, bro. Let's go.
We made it, baby. Let's go. Just under 3 minutes left here. TP is going to come out here for Shosuke. Enemy mid doesn't have a TP, so this is where we're going to see that summoner choice come in, because he will lose waves. You know, the wave was almost crashing when Shosuke came back, so he's gonna lose at least one wave here as he tries to come back. But he's coming back with double longsword, so when he does hit that lane, he will be hitting the Renekton significantly harder, the extra 20 AD. Instead of sticking around, Renekton's choosing to take a cheeky kind of cheater recall here. Shouldn't lose too much. I believe it is a cannon wave crashing, right? So yeah, the Pantheon can't physically crash this wave fast enough. But Mei is being caught here. Doesn't have any summoners right now, and we see the Lee Sin should help them finish it. Mei is gonna go down. Oko gonna pick the kill up, and they might get the second kill. We can land the Sonic Wave here. Flag and drag at perfect timing to get Goodman to safety there. And now I think we're going to start to see Papito start moving into Goodman's jungle here. He knows that they both path top, or was it they path opposite directions. So the Lee Sin path bot to top and the Jarvan path top to bot. So his camps are up right now. He looks to be hovering bot here for a gank. He's gonna go for it here, and we're gonna see, even before he gets in, the Renata is gonna die here, and it looks like it might still be a trade. So this is still kind of a net positive, honestly, for Latitude. Humble does die, but now Ash versus Nautilus. Nautilus has more damage than you right now. It's unfortunate to say. The barrier comes out. This is not game 3, no, this is game 2. This is game 2. We are 1-0 up to Latitude. But yeah, that was a kind of unfortunate play there for Mystery, and with both of their kills being on their jungler right now, it's not where you really want to see the money.
It was an unlucky trade for Mystery, and they wanted to give that gold to Ash, but she get nothing out of this play, to be honest.
No, I agreed. Yeah, she got literally nothing for it. All of the money went onto the Jarvan.
Yeah.
So it's a rough time.
So
Yeah, I did say that I felt like the Ryze Lee Sin 2v2 was weaker than the Jarvan Orianna one, and I still hold to that. But in this instance, knowing that the Orianna had no summons, they got most of Lee Sin's damage off before the 2v2 even began. So she was kind of out of the fight before they could even start. And then we see Goodman sacks his camps here to path bot side. He hovers for like 30 seconds waiting for the angle. And then they still end up dying 2v3, you know? Ash gets to walk out, Ash gets to get the wave, so it's not all terrible here, but it's not great. And it'd be remiss to say that it is here, and we're gonna see Shosuke here is gonna start the fight on enemy mid, but I think he might die here. He predicts flashes for the Q there on the Pantheon, but Pantheon never threw it. So Pantheon just throws that shit out to him and secures himself a second kill, and now this game is kinda looking rough. You know, we're nearly at 3k gold lead over 6 minutes, and it's starting to look a little one-sided. I think Mystery Int here, I actually want to mention that I believe this is Mystery Int's first game loss. Like, they had won both of their series before this series 2-0, so not only is it their first game loss, if they lose this it will also be their first series loss. And I guess this game is the game where we see, can they handle defeat well, because right now it's kind of looking like they aren't. And I don't know if that's just because they have the scaling comp, but we're going to see a hook come out here onto DDD. He is going to get out, and Flash is burned immediately again. It has just come back up here for Mei, and he has to burn it again to get himself away from Pepperot. So it's another 5 minutes with a flashless Orianna. She's got to live under turret here while Goodman lives bot lane. And it's super hard, honestly.
It doesn't look good for Mystery Int till now. We see a great gold gap from Corki and Ash. We see that keep doing their plan as they wanted, snowballing the game and trying to give kills to the carry. So doesn't look good for Mystery Int until now.
Yeah, no, 100%. We can see pings here from Latitude on that blue side quadrant because they know that that's where Jarvan is right now. I'll be interested to see. We can see White Satin kind of hovering towards the jungle, so he's gonna go looking for him. They know that the Lee Sin is in the Mystery Int's red side, so they're kind of, you know, they're just making sure they're tracking him. We've got some vertical jungling going on right now, where Jarvan has kind of completely segregated the bot lane, and then Lee Sin has free reign of ganking top or mid. But top lane is handily in favor right now of the Pantheon. He's got nearly 25 CS lead, 2 kills in his pocket. You know, he's happy right now. He doesn't even need the pressure. And they keep throwing like an onslaught at Mei right now in the mid lane, so he's having a really hard time trying to actually weather the storm. You know, like we said, his flash has been on cooldown basically the entire game, so
it was really hard for him to dodge these ganks, to be honest.
No, for sure. We see
he isn't having his best time when ganking, and Lee Sin will play for Ryze, so it's their only scaling perspective, so he needs to play for him.
Although, gonna be another solo kill here for enemy mids, and the Renekton is really finding it hard. He's still taking loads of these trades. I think in his head he seems to think he should win these, but the Pantheon is honestly just pretty brutal right now. You know, he's sitting on a Warhammer and a pickaxe, so he has tons of AD. Oh, flash straight to the dragon kick here onto Mei, and with the roam hit by White Satin, that's gonna just be another kill, and that's 9 kills on the board here for Latitude. 4.5k in the lead, and they're gonna jump here onto the Jarvan. Jarvan gets the flag and drag, but not before eating a root here by Oko. Phase rush was triggered, meaning he is actually in the way, but luckily he gets to his wave. Gets to safety, and they're gonna have to give up the Drake here as well. And what I want to talk about here is this is really well played by Latitude for them, because so we said they were vertical jungling, right? Where Lee Sin takes the top half of the map and Jarvan takes the bottom half of the map, which means that Jarvan should have been able to take the Drake while they were taking Void Grubs, but he couldn't because of the pressure that this bot lane is exerting, which we see again here. They just casually solo kill DDD, and they 2v1 kill him even, and so with the pressure that their bot lane is exerting, they even without having their jungler on the bottom half, they're able to come in and trade with it. And we see Sonic Sonic Wave came in. They did land the shockwave here. Lee Sin is fiending for this kill right now, but I think he's gonna die from his hubris here. And Jarvan's gonna come in with a cataclysm, and now this is the first favored Mystery Int fight we have had here. They have a man advantage. Corki is nearby though. Corki is here to maybe make this play favored for Latitude, but do you know what? They pick up a little bit of gold here. The Ashe gets to free farm bot as well, so she's gonna get to start shutting down the gold differential in the bot lane, and that's a glimmer of hope here for Mystery in this mid game right now. They played that fight really well. We'll see it in a replay soon, but as well as it went, we now see the Ashe get run down.
He's having a really bad time this game.
Yeah, again, I guess I don't know if they weren't tracking the Corki there, but she just can't be there at that point. And now, okay, 2-level lead here for the Pantheon. He's happy to take this fight even within minions, and when he gets his Q up again, he's gonna go for the charged one. He lands it with the flash, and Chris is suddenly actually one of the more fed members on his team right now. He's supposed to be the weakest player in the game, and he is currently 5-0 with a 2k gold lead. Gonna see White Satin go in with the Nautilus. The Sonic Wave lands here. I don't think that Renata W is gonna do anything, and Orianna's gonna go down, and the second hook comes in. That's gonna be a double kill here for the Rise, and yeah, this game is firing on all cylinders for Latitude right now. They are looking to make this a quick 2-0 and take control of the group stage here. Then again, DDD just wrong place, wrong time. You thought your turret was safe. I'm sorry to let you know, it just wasn't. And it's a 4K gold lead for the Corki right now. Honestly, Humble is insane with it right now. He is super strong. And this is a 3v2 dive here. Pantheon gonna land it. And they get the 3-man shockwave here for May, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference here. We're seeing tons of damage come out. 3-man Cataclysm comes out with the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow, and with the hostile takeover they try it, but the hostile takeover just doesn't last long enough. We do see the revive there for the W from Renata, and now it's gonna just be another shutdown, and that is a ton of gold traded over. But when it's all said and done, it's still 7K in the lead right now. Hex Flash is coming out, and DDD's gonna die again! Not like this! The 3Ds in DDD all stand for dead, because he is 0-5 right now, and it is a rough game for this Ashe. Yeah, no escape, no honest, flash.
He's having
no cleanse.
A really frustrating game, to be honest. He just spawn and die, like
literally. It's very, very hard, and now I think that only real hope here, we can see the Jarvan has gone for the full lethality build because he's got the gold on him now, right? So his thinking here is going to be, it's my job now to handle the Corki. Yes, Corki has 4,000 gold more than our Ashe, but if I get an EQ Cataclysm onto him, he's dead, and then that's a ton of gold off the map. So I like the adaptation here by Goodman. I think it makes team fighting as a 5v5 more rough, but I'm not gonna lie, at the gold disadvantage you're at right now, you don't get to 5v5 fairly anyway, because they're all going to be an item and a half up on you. So at that point, yes, we take the small skirmishes, we play for trying to explode the enemy before they get to, get to team fight, because if we take a fair fight right now, it's not fair. So
yeah, I see Corki also booted the blade with 2 cap, so he can just reduce this damage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we see the shockwave here come out, and it should just be another kill. They're trying to feed it over to May if they can. And they do get it over to him eventually, but the time wasted here to make sure the Orianna got the kill puts them in danger of Humble and White Satin. White Satin and Humble are here. Grand Skyfall's gonna come by enemy mid, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo accepts his fate there. He knew he wasn't going anywhere. And that is a return kill here as they maintain their 8K gold lead. And now it's a 3v4. We have, May, Goodman and DDD here trying to defend this T2 bot, but the entire lineup right now of Latitude are here to try and force them away. I think they're gonna leave it though and just go for the Drake instead. We see Orianna not completing a single item by 14 minutes. But I kind of, what can they do in this instance? They do just about finish the Archangel stuff here, which is going to eventually be a Seraph's Embrace. But yeah, they've been getting dove on repeat. They haven't had a chance to really be, like legal in this game. Like it's been super hard for both DDD and May to really be able to farm safely, because the Lee Sin, the Pantheon, honestly the hooks from White Satin as well have been dangerous. And
White Satin did a really good job bullying Ashe all the game and giving Corki the chance to just go on and get the kill. He had a great damage early also, so it make it easier for them to get this kill. And also I would like to say that Rennie also have a really good time have a really bad time to be honest.
For sure.
Like Pantheon,
that was a really good roam walk, by the way, as well.
Whatever he wants.
No, I didn't get to talk about it too much because I was focusing on what you were saying there. But they tried to do the 4v1 collapse here onto the Rise, and he ends up getting away with Realm Warp. So really well played there by Oko to be able to kind of space enough. He saw that Shosuke used his W, so it was just like, okay, cool. I know I can't be stunned here. Realm Warp, just get out, We don't even need to burn Flash, we don't need to burn Ghost, we just get out with this utility, because you cannot physically stun me because you've already used it. So it's a good one. Though.
Just sit and wait and go again. 'Cause I think Oko is a really good player. He has a really good time to be honest. Like Pantheon, just sit and wait and go again.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's a good one. 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 It's a good one.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look at the gold leads for all of these, everyone apart from jungle right now. Jarvan is the only one with a gold lead in this game. And we see, even with his gold lead, he can't actually secure kills here. Like, the Rise is beefy enough with his tier 3 steel caps that, you know, the extra shielding he gets, and then just the being beefy enough with Rod of Ages, you land your full combo without committing the Cataclysm, you just don't kill. Like, you didn't even deal 50% of his health. He's fine.
To be honest, what I hate about Rise is what he's doing right now. He's just beefy, he's just tanky, it's really hard to kill him, and he just does a shit ton of damage, so...
And exactly like we're watching right now, even with Jarvan committing everything, he commit EQ, ultimate, flash, it doesn't matter. Like, the Rise is so beefy, and if you're within his range, he is going to machine gun you down. And we just saw a really nice flash kick there by Papito, gonna make sure they do get the kill hit onto Mei, 5th death of the game for Teddy, and he is having a hard time. Although this is a 2v1 that I think that the Mystery Int squad should win. They're gonna trade the kill hit onto the Pantheon. They get the gold over to Renekton, and they're trading a tier 2 bot turret for it. So not the worst trade in the world, but it's still, I believe, gold negative for them. Orianna is here, kind of just trying to make sure that the wave doesn't hit the turret, just kind of stopping it from dying there. But we'll yeah, it's still super rough here, and she's down only like 6 CS, but with the kill difference, the gold lead is pretty hard to bear. And yeah, on this replay, we're going to see exactly what happens. And Jarvan, you know, he lands all of his abilities, he gets a couple auto attacks off, but Rise has got like 3.5k health or something right now. Like, Rod of Ages plus the healing from it, all the mana it gets, you know, he's super obnoxious right now. And if you have to play in his range, he will gun you down. And yeah, we see there the Lee Sin does die in that play. I didn't notice that after the fact, but in the replay we see he does end up trading his life there for the kill onto the Orianna. So it being a 1v1 isn't so bad for Mystery Int, but you know, they get the kill here topside as well. And honestly, Operation Turtle is just is the job they have right now. You know, it's all they can do is just try to hemorrhage as little as humanly possible. But we can see there are people floating here. We're gonna see the Herald crack in, and this is gonna be a 4v4. But Shosuke's already dead. He can't even do anything, and now we're gonna see flashes burnt here by the Renata. They're gonna get the second crack hit of the Herald straight into that tier 3 top lane, and then Jarvan goes in, but Jarvan dies immediately. They land all of their abilities here, but I don't think it's gonna matter, because now with all of their ultimates down and nobody really dead on the side of Latitude, they can now start to take the fight back to them. We saw a perfect team fight there. We saw Shockwave into hostile takeover with all of the damage coming out from DDD, but it's just not enough. Like, they're so far behind right now that even with ideal settings, they still lose. So
that's what we talked about in the start of the game. They need to get an early lead, or at least prevent Latitude from having a good lead in early, but they didn't do so. They have Corki really fit, they have a gold difference like 10k, so already 11k, so it's really hard for them even to fight, even to start a fight while doing it.
No, 100%. It's a very hard series here for Mystery Int to really do anything right now. They're having a very hard time of it, and we see with the Grand Skyfall joining. Look, it's perfect settings here. We land, just watch the ball. The ball is going to land in between all of them, and it's going to shockwave, and it brings everybody into the hostile takeover. They all start hitting each other, but nobody has damage after those abilities, so everyone stays at like 30% HP, and they can't do more. And so once that happens, it's kind of a write-off. And now with the 10k gold lead, it looks like Latitude are looking towards this Baron here, and they might be able to start it. We can see they do have vision from Mystery Int on this objective, but it's already at half HP. Jarvan is there. Goodman's going to be hoping for the steal, but if game 1 smites were anything like what game 2 is going to be like here, then I think Papito's got his number, so it's going to be hard. Going to see the Sonic Wave come out. They're going to just commit straight to killing the Jarvan. They get Renata on the side as well. We see White Satin is just sitting in the pit waiting for his team to come back at this point, but they don't want to come back. They're going for more. Grand Skyfall is going to come out by Chris, and they're going to continue to chase Mei right now.
Sonic Wave is on him. We're gonna see whether or not Pepito can finish this. If he can land the Q, he doesn't though. And now is the 2-man. We see White Satin and Humble just finish the Baron. And honestly, the Latitude lineup are looking incredibly clean with this right now. They look super strong, and DDD here is going to try and run down enemy mid, but I don't think you want to do that right now, man. Even though he is only one level above you, he's still, you know, we don't have eyes on the rest of his team, and so we're gonna see. They might get him. They're committing 4 members now. Volley is gonna hit. They're gonna chase him down. He's gonna die, so that is an extra 300 gold here onto the Orianna. But Orianna's kind of sitting on a ton of components, and that's it. She's got double Needlessly Large Rod and double Amp Tome, so she could go for the Rabadons here, or she could go for Shadow Flame, depending on how much money she's sitting on. But it's it's super hard, super hard here.
He still needs one of items to carry this. He doesn't do much damage right now. And
no one's gonna carry anything if we have a play like that. Holy.
Yeah. Humble
Pepito just straight in with the. Yeah, he is 0-6 right now with a 7k gold lead for the Corki right now. He just doesn't get to play the game with no mobility options. You know, his flash was down and the Lee Sin abuses him. And it's, yeah, someone needs to call Childline for him, bro. He's honestly, he's in a dangerous place. And with the minions coming in as well, we have the Baron buff minions here, Wave crashing in the bot lane, Wave coming in the mid lane. They're gonna Realm Warp topside to try and help kill the last tier 3 here as well. Baron still up, but there's only a wave here for the mid bit, I think, so they don't actually have too much of a wave here. They have 1 cannon minion crashing here from mid and 1 top as well. So the Nexus turrets are just slowly dying, and with these new minions coming in, we just see Renata immediately die, and then the Cataclysm comes out, but Corki's gonna pick himself up a double kill, and the team are just in tatters. There's nothing they can even do here, and that's gonna be a quick 2-0, 23 minutes, and probably about 56 seconds, I'm gonna guess. Well, we get 56, there we go, 56. And that's a 2-0 for Latitude right there. GG. They are gonna be taking Group B first place here. I think it's almost a lock, no? Even if they let me double check just to make sure, because they do have 1 more round to play. So alright, Mystery Int and Latitude 2-0. If we look at the standings, the highest anybody else can get right now is 3-1, which would put them tied with Latitude if Latitude lose next week. So Latitude they still have to face Pagans, who are currently 1-1. But if they win that, they'll go 4-0 and they're definitely first. And if they lose it, Pagans still need to win their match against Salmon Gondonese, I believe. Oh wait, no.
It could be 2-0,
I think that
2-1 and then Wednesday, but yeah, it would be.
Yeah, so I think Latitude are locked in.
It is 3-1. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, GG. Good game there by Latitude. Look at the damage out of Humble. Honestly, he's looked insane in this series. And
Humble was really good.
Back-to-back games.
Good. He did a really great job in 2 different kind of a champion. A hyper carry with Sever, and then like a lane bully with Corki. He did his job. He bullied the Ashe in this game. Like she did nothing in this game due to what he did. So I love how he played this game, and of course the previous game. So yeah, GG. We played Humble.
Yeah, no, for sure. Very, very clean game from Latitude. And I think, yeah, if we had to hand out an MVP for anyone, I think it has to go to Humble in that series. I think he made a showcase up against DDD, to be honest.
No one played better than Humbles in these 2 games, to be honest. Even if there was like a bright from anyone else, Humble just played these 2 games perfectly.
No, yeah, I agree, 100%. Although I think we do have another series for you guys. So what we're gonna say is we're gonna cut to a break here. We'll probably do we'll call it like a 10-minute break maybe, so that we can
readjust, sort ourselves out, and then we will be back with Goon City versus Salman Gondonis. And that game almost certainly is going to be a loser goes home series. So gonna keep our eyes open for that one for sure. But yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes with some more Sweat Lords. This time Group A action. Sorry, no, Group B. No, it's all Group B. Today's double bill Group B. Ignore me. We'll be back with some Group B action in about 10 minutes. Peace. Hello, we are back once again. There's a quick 2-0 there by the side of Latitude against Mystery Inn, but we are now we're taking it same group, other side of the bracket though, because you know Mystery Inn and Latitude, they had not been defeated prior to that series. Goon City versus Salman Gondonis, which is the series we got now, both teams are yet to win. And whoever loses this series, this is Salman Gondoni's last series because week 5 is their break week, right? Every week, one team got a break due to the odd number of teams in the group. And this week, you know, this is their last game. They're 0-3 right now. They need to win it. If they win it, then they will kick Goon City out, because Goon City, even if they win their week 4 game against Mystery Inn, which we'll see, Mystery Inn are on a downturn after that 0-2, but they still look pretty strong. You know, even if they win it, then they would tie on head-to-head with Salman Gondonis and lose because of head-to-head. So it is last chance saloon for both of these teams, even though one of them has a game in hand. So it's gonna be an interesting one to watch here for sure. Salman Gondonis, they've been a very fun team to watch, if you ask me. I think not only is their name fun to say, but also their gameplay has been very interesting to watch as well. They are significantly lower ranked than the other teams in terms of points. You know, like every other team has been 50 plus points in this bracket. They're at 45. All of their players are just low diamond peakers, which sounds heretical to me to say as someone who's never hit diamond. But like in this bracket, low diamond peak it means you're kind of swinging a little bit below, you know? But you know what though? They've been putting in the work in several of their series so far. They took a game off Latitude in week 1, which Mystery Inn can't say they did. So you know, they have been in every series fighting. So it's gonna be a fun one to watch for sure. Gonna welcome to the desk with me, replacing Sword. We have Mahesvara. Pulled him away from the Los Ratones stream, or the LEC stream, whichever one it is. Apparently Baus has Sion, but it's not about Sion today. It's not about Baus today. It's about Goon City and Salman Gondonis. What's your prediction for the series?
Well, I very much would like 3 games, obviously, for it to be interesting. But the thing is that, and this has impressed me most, is Salman Gondonis has absolutely done an amazing job. And they have each time come in with a plan and tried to execute said plan. Like there has never been, they haven't been totally walked over, which, as you just alluded to, considering their ranks, should have been the case. So this is some really impressive stuff that we have been seeing as right now. And it's going to be sad because we basically already know that they can't go on further on. So we know that they're going to be eliminated after today. But the good news, though,
if they win, they're not. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. This series is loser goes home, because even though Goon City have a game in hand,
it's 8 teams.
Yes, it's 8 teams in the top 8, and there's 10 teams in the group stage. So the top 4 teams are making it. So if Salman Gondonis do pull it out here, then they would win on head-to-head with Goon City, even if they win their week 5 game. So it's elimination for either team right now. But I would still agree with you here that I think that Salman Gondonis have their work cut out for them. I think that Goon City, even though they are 0-2, they are 0-2 against 2 of the better teams here. They lost to, I believe it was Latitude and to Pagans, who are both, you know, well, obviously we just saw Latitude take the top of the group right now. They're 3-0 right now, and Pagans are 2-1. They also took both teams to 3 games, if I remember correctly. Let me double check to verify that, but I think they did. Let's have a look at the challenge. See the Sweatlord bracket. Let's see what the
I forgot this was Sweatlord bracket. I forgot it was. I thought this was Hardstack Heroes bracket, so it was top 2, but no, indeed,
sorry.
Top 4.
So Goon City took Latitude to 3 games, but they did lose to Pagans 2-0. But you know, Pagans, again, they've also looked really strong, to be honest. They're currently sitting at 2-1 in the middle of the standings, tied now with Mystery Inn actually, but they're below because of their head-to-head, right? But it will be an interesting one to watch, to be honest. I think this game, my eyes are going to be on the top lane, because Glub is, I mean, obviously he was the He was the Weenie Hut Jr. season MVP of Summer Invitational 2025. He's moved up to a bracket that is a lot more his size, and he has been one of the stronger players for Goon City. But then on the top side for Salmon Gondonis, we have Bobo, who has also been one of the stronger players for them as well. He's in some of the games they've played, especially in that series they did against Latitude, Bobo put enemy mid in he put him on a t-shirt. He got massive leads in top lane, and while they couldn't convert it into the game win because the rest of the map fell apart, my eyes are really going to be looking at that top side for this game to see how things can play out. You know, we'll have to see. I think also Salmon Gondonis have an option here to try and win through bot lane. Goon City are in a weird situation where all of their players apart from their AD carry are a little bit above expectation for the rank of this bracket, right? So the way the bracket was designed is designed to assume the average rank of every player in your team is low master. So 55 points, and low master player is worth 11 points, 5 of them 55, right? But they are all like, Glub is like 12 points, Dua Lipa Superfan 4, their jungler is like 13 points, Wave is like 13 points, their mid laner Bastel is like 12 points. So to be able to facilitate this, they have a high platinum off-roll player in AD carry. So this should be super abusable, right? And in every other game we've watched where they've picked stuff like Smolder or like scaling options for Goon City, we've seen teams like Latitude, teams like Pagans get massive leads bot lane, punishing their weak link, right? And so this is an area where, we've seen Sam Vete on a lot of AP carries bot. We can see in this draft here, though, he's gone for the Caitlyn. So Caitlyn's someone with a lot of early agency. It looks like we're pairing it with the Nautilus as well. So they can really punish this Ezreal Karma if they can get to it, right? It's gonna be all eyes there and all eyes top lane for the skill matchup, I think. But how do you feel about the drafts?
Well, I was just going to segue into the draft, whereas, and I still remember Sam Vetic going for every single APC that there was out there.
Yeah.
And even expecting a Seraphine game until Latitude banned it in their series in the game 3. But what surprises me is if you've got a person who is playing, who is of a lower rank, right? And lower rank, I mean high plat, most of them still get there. But if it's low, especially if you're playing off-roll, why don't you put them on something that is really simple to execute? And what I'm thinking about here, for example, is put them on the Ashe. The Ashe will have value no matter if she goes strong in lane or if she gets behind, or if she falls behind, because that Ashe arrow is always going to be useful in the team fights. So you could actually still have them being very meaningful. Whereas if you put them on a traditional AD carry, then that kind of puts them a bit in a bind of, if they fall behind now, what are they going to be worth to the team? That is my concern when I see this. So regarding the two drafts, assuming it was equal rank across the board, I'd be heavily favoring Goonan, because it's for me it looks like an easier to execute comp, more clearer player style. Whereas the Salmon Gondonis, they've got something where it's very clear what they want to do. They want to get into that team fight, and they want to absolutely sit on everybody. You've got the Ken going in, you've got the Vi going in, the Ambessa going in, the Nautilus going in. The only person there who's not going in is Caitlyn. And if you turn that Caitlyn into a pile of rubble, or just like or reduce her to the worth of a minion, then I am pretty concerned for how this is going to turn out. So both teams have very clear identities for me. Both teams seem to know what they want to do, and now my personal opinion is going to come down to the execution of said plan. If I had to play it myself, I think that the Salmon Gondonis is slightly easier, But if you were to exchange that Kate for, I'm gonna say, an Ashe or something real simple that could add onto that dive, I think that would be really useful. And kudos to Goonan.
I think I was gonna say the best AD carry to fit in would have been that Kai'Sa that's banned in stage 2 bans. You can see they target that. Yeah.
The 2 bans, because both of those AD carries, Samira and Kai'Sa, they both want to be going in. And so I was going to say, congrats to Goonan for picking that up and making sure that they got rid of that, banned that out, so that there was no way that they could have everybody piling in. So I think those were very, very, very smart bans.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they definitely helped hinder here, but like, I don't dislike the Caitlyn, to be honest with you, because I think the thing with the Salmon Gandoni's draft here is, I think they're really going to try and explode at level 6, right? Like when you get public execution, cease and desist, when you get the ultimate from Kennen as well, those are the kind of the areas where we're going to start seeing them really want to fight. And Caitlyn will be able to, you know, if in ideal scenario, she should be ahead of the Ezreal well before then, right? Like she outranges him. He has to spend mana to kind of stay safe because he needs to be able to arcane shot things to be able to kind of stay out of Caitlyn's range. So she should have complete control of the lane. Not mentioning the fact that she's paired with Nautilus, who, you know, if Nautilus lands a hook, she can immediately trap underneath where they land, and it pairs well as a CC combo. That person doesn't get to move for 700 years. And, you know, Karma and Ezreal, they're both pretty squishy. If she's sitting in a bush and she gets multiple headshots off, they shouldn't live very long. So I can see a world where Physic and Samvete dominate this bot lane, and it's going to be really on Wave here, the support on the Karma for Goon City to keep Turalor alive, to keep him safe. You mentioned that you feel like it would have been better to put him on like a utility carry, or like an Ashe type thing, where it's just safer and easier, and even if you fall behind, you'll be able to kind of still have use. But maybe it's a comfort thing, you know. The thing is, when you talk about like lower MMR players, the likelihood, especially with him being off role, is that, you know, his champion pool might be quite tight. And we see they remove the Senna here, which I don't know if that's a ban against Wave or a ban against Turalor, but the point still remains that, you know, if Ezreal is what he's comfortable on, it's probably better to just be on that than play something you're not comfortable with, even if the utility is better. But we think we should be good to go into game pretty soon here. I think last thing I'd like to mention on the draft before we go into game is the wave clear because of Anivia is insane. And I think Salmon Gondonis don't have the same level of wave clear here. It's going to be really hard for them to be able to get in. The R5 Anivia is really strong against like the Nautilus hook, against the Kennen, because Kennen's only going to be able to walk in, right? You know, he has to E in to get to roll range. Even if he has the Rocket Belt, a Rocket Belt can't go through the Anivia wall. So just crap. And so there are loads of opportunities here, especially if they fight in chokes, for Anivia to kind of, I can't think of a better word to say, but basically just cuck the enemy team with the Anivia wall. Like, you know, if the wall comes into play effectively here, it can make or break the game for Goon City, I think. And also, it's a super safe lane as well. Kennen mid is not the reason why you play a Kennen, especially in top lane, usually is for the ranged versus melee matchup. When it's when it's ranged versus ranged, he's a lot less effective, and also his damage is very front loaded. Like, you know, you throw out your Q, you zap them, you stun them, you hit R, and after all that's said and done, it doesn't matter. But oh, hold the phone. It's not a Kennen mid, it's an Ambessa mid. My bad, I didn't even realize that was happening. And Ambessa's gonna lose her entire health bar before the first minion wave crashes. Holy. Yeah, Anivia's just set up right now pretty hard off of that. She lost maybe 20% HP, but now the Smell My Carrot has to base, and he's gonna come back with a TP, so he's gonna probably miss a few minions here. And yeah, super bad start for the Ambessa for sure. But I like the setup for Smell My Carrot though. The electrocute for the runes instead of Conqueror, considering, you know, she's against a squishier target. You're going to have less opportunities to heal as well in the melee versus ranged matchup. So just going for the short bursty trades, taking the ignite as well instead of the flash. Again, the Anivia wall makes that a little hard because she's not going to be able to dash over the Anivia wall, but the Anivia wall has a very long cooldown, so yeah, and the early trading here definitely going in the way of Bastel, to be fair. But anything else you notice about the runes and summoner spells here that might be of note?
Well, the thing that I was going to, that I was wondering about is Bastel decided to go for Summoner Airy, which to me indicates that he is expecting to be able to weave in a boatload of auto attacks to proc it multiple times, because if not, it would have been more useful or would have been logical to take the comet. So that is a bit surprising to me, but that does give an idea that Bastel is very aware of what is going on. As we said.
Speaking of, Egg is going to get popped, and Ambessa has to leave it because he was on maybe like 100 HP or so, and doesn't actually get anything, unfortunately, there. And I can't even tell if the view is bugged, or are they still level 1 here? Yeah, Bastel.
No, they were level 1.
Smell My Carrot is still level 1 right now, even though a few waves have crashed, and that's just how volatile that the mid lane has been here. But what I want to say here is I think the AD carry role has been kind of passive so far. Like, there's no real trading going on. Wave and Turalor are at pretty much full HP, full mana bars as well. We can see Rabadi is here, so he's cleared from top to bot.
There is a minor bug.
I can tell that. Right now, it says it's 150, and it's actually probably more like 3 minutes. So I was sitting there thinking that doesn't seem right, but yeah, it seems to be a problem with Blue Bottle. It seems to struggle with non-live games. If it's a replay, we've had this before, so hopefully Aaron will be able to fix it real quick, and then we'll be able to get back into the game. But yeah, I don't know why. It seemed to be maybe like a minute behind, roughly.
Yeah, something along those lines. Because I was just thinking, within the trade that the Ambessa made, she used her shield and she also used the Q spell. So she was using two spells. You can't do that if you're level 1. So that should have basically triggered and been like, hang on, wait a minute, that can't be right. But no. Other than that, I find it interesting, and I think they probably did the better job of putting the Ambessa mid and the cannon top, which obviously we didn't consider. And here we go. Aaron has fixed all the issues, and that means that we now get back into the game.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Let me see. What do we see, to be honest? So yeah, it was. I think when I was saying that, like, oh, well, he's still level 1. That seems kind of dumb. He was actually level 4. Although we're gonna see here, Rabadi is gonna come in, and they are gonna get that first blood onto Wave. It looks like the display is a little delayed still because it doesn't say that Kalma has a death, but you know what? It's way closer to what it should have been beforehand, so we'll take it. We'll take it. And that is really good there for the Vi, to be honest. Vi is want to be happy to make sure they can get that kind of kill there. You know, they were still on tempo. They did one gank and then moved on, so it's not, you know, it's not too bad. It doesn't cost them too much here.
In terms of pathing, this is probably the ideal thing. You had an absolute golden opportunity to get a gank in. Go back, start re-clearing your camps. You get to level 6 when you're on the bot lane again. So, and you can probably pull off another gank. As you'll see that immediately the Goon City is pushing in. They'll go for a reset. And it depends on how Salman Gondani's bot lane decides to set up the wave. If they can get that into a freeze, then they have an excellent chance to get a gank off.
Yeah, Yeah, you're not wrong there.
I'm particularly looking forward to seeing what's going to happen once the top laners get to level 6. Because
hold up though, we're gonna see the public execution come out here. Anivia Wall is gonna prevent the Ambessa from getting away. Rabidi is here, but he is also exhausted courtesy of the Karma, and it might just be a double kill over. Gonna see the Tether come in, and they got the damage. Surely Rabidi does die, but Bestel's gonna go with him. So it ends up being a 2-for-1. Really good roam there by Wave, to be honest. And oh, hold up. The top lane is looking rough here. Bobo gets solo killed under the enemy turret. And Kennen there, especially with the first strike, a bit rough there for him. Not what you would expect out of that lane, but you know, with the level 6, with the Dominus there for the Renekton, it is quite hard to you know, to deal with that. Like the top lane is a long lane, and so it means that if you get caught in those kind of situations, it's, you know, it's hard for him to get away without having to commit flash. He has E, but you know, Slice and Dice covers more ground in my opinion, like more quickly I should say. Like E for Kennen only really speeds him up. It doesn't actually dash or give him any other kind of meaningful way to cover large amounts of ground, whereas Slice and Dice for the Renekton is way faster. Although, speaking of damage there, Smell My Carrot loses about 60% of his health total just for existing in the same space as the Anivia. And that is rough going for him there. And you see he's trying to kind of navigate around it. They do have the egg down, but look who's back. Wave is here in the mid lane once again. Nautilus is here with them. Physic is ready to maybe try and make something happen, but Rabidi's here, and there's 3v2 under the turret, and Rabidi's gonna just die there as well. He committed the cease and desist, he committed the flash, and now Physic is almost certainly gonna be the next one to die here. We can see we do have the passive here for Dua Lipa Superfan 4. The turret will reset, but he's just too far gone, so he still ends up dying. Sucks that the money goes on to Physic though. The Nautilus isn't going to be able to do too much with it. Meanwhile, bot lane, a little bit of disrespect here. The Caitlyn just sticking around for too long, and now we have more action mid as Smell My Carrot has made it back, and with the public execution, he's gonna get the Karma, and now he's running down onto the Anivia. Anivia has only about 30% mana, so she's saving it to make sure she stays alive there. But Jesus, that is action-packed early game for this game right now. It must be about 6 minutes in game with, you know, kills on almost everyone.
A lot of action going left, right, and center, and the big part here, and I think this is going to be big, is look at the amount of
whoa, what is this? That is just a straight up solo kill for not respecting where the Anivia wall could be. Like, again, we mentioned it at the beginning of the game, but with Ambessa being mid, there's no way for her to get over the wall without public execution, which she's going to need to go forward, right? And so in a situation like that, where you are essentially just in turret range, and she just gets caught and immediate death, and that's super rough there.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Top lane, we still see that Renekton is looking for a little bit more. He's pushed the cannon completely off the wave and is just going to make sure that his team gets the grubs. Meanwhile, that means that they're going to have fun in the bot lane. And this is definitely
really well executed for EV1.
Yeah. Oh, well, Karma still gets Wave, makes sure that they get one back, which is decently still.
Yeah, no, you take those, I think.
Yeah. And I'm unsure, but I actually think that might be a wall max from Anivia. If you see, that wall is already fairly large.
Yeah,
or a secondary skill.
I was gonna say it might be worth if Aaron can confirm for us. We see cease and desist comes out onto the Anivia, but look how much damage Ambessa takes here, and we're gonna see it's a 1-for-1. But I'm not gonna lie, with that turret shot being taken, I think that Zahen just runs this down. He's gonna pop ult, he's gonna get the double kill here, and that is a massive acceleration here for the Zahen. Meanwhile, Wave just casually solos the Caitlyn on the turret, and I really want to commend this Karma for being a massive problem in this game, right? She has been super annoying for everyone to deal with. She's not only has she been able to kind of mitigate the issues that have been happening for their AD carry, like there is an item disadvantage there, a little bit of a XP. You can even see he has an XP lead of an entire level near enough, purely because of how much Wave has been roaming. They've gotten most of the turret plates here as well, so it's honestly the bot lane is being played commendably here by Turalor and Wave, to be honest. And Bessa is coming though. We're gonna see the Nautilus ult comes out, and Bessa now sets her eyes on the Ezreal. Probably gonna be able to pick up the Karma here as well. Public execution goes wide because of the flash, but the hook doesn't, and then it's gonna be a kill over to Samvete. He takes that one, 1.1k gold lead for himself right now. Meanwhile, top lane, Kennen is deciding to take a fight to Glurb, and doesn't actually work out for him too much. Because he's not ahead in the lane right now due to that kill that the Renekton got, he just doesn't really have much kill threat right now. You know, he needs to get him lower before he can really go for that all-in, especially if Dominus is off cooldown.
The big thing now is that the Renekton has all the pressure in the lane, as we see here, and it's going to be a flash to keep him out, but like all the pressure then goes to the Renekton. If that ult is down, he can just get onto the cannon whenever he wants to. So I'm also wondering if the Salman Gondanis isn't making a bit of a mistake. You know that you've got Samvete can literally has a higher rank. If you just play the 2v2 straight up, I actually think that you can get him really far ahead. Imagine if that Caitlyn is ahead for team fights to come, and that's going to be an issue. So if we look at the gold though, the Caitlyn is ahead, but I think that you could get her ahead more. Just keep the support down in the bot lane actually.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
I
am
see what you're
very
saying.
concerned about I am concerned about Smell My Carrot, where he's going to be going after this.
Yeah, I think that the lane up against Anivia has been abysmal for him, and I think when they move to side lanes, they really should be putting Kennen up against the Anivia and letting Renekton and Ambessa fight it out. Because Ambessa will actually be able to do something against Renekton, whereas she's having a really hard time against this Anivia. She keeps just eating multiple turret shots by the because of the wall, and we're gonna see a nice try here, but it looks like it's going all pear-shaped here for Goon City. Ezreal is gonna finalize the kill onto the Caitlyn, but with Rabadie here now, I think he should die immediately. Gonna see Cease and Desist come out. Arcane Barrage comes out, but it whiffs. And that is going to be a 3-4-1 here for Salman Gondomis, and they actually take the gold lead for the first part of this game. Top lane though is still kind of looking rough here. Look how much damage Renekton can get onto Kennen. This is the problem with proxying, right? Like if Kennen wants to go and try and get his own wave, he needs to walk past the Renekton. There's no way for him to get there otherwise, and he's going to miss stuff anyway. Meanwhile, champions like Renekton, they can proxy farm safely because they have so much regen built into their kit. Like if he uses empowered Q, he cleaves the wave, almost instantly killing it at this point in the game. But it also heals him a ton, you know? And so, you know, alongside Cold Meek and Stridebreaker, it's just instant wave clear, just, you know, gets to keep his health topped up as well. It's super hard. Kennen doesn't have those kind of tools, so he's gonna miss turret. He's gonna miss minions to the turret. He's gonna miss minions when he tries to kind of contest Glurb on the proxy. And so, you know, with the level lead already, and oh no, he rocket belted in as Glurb decided to slice towards him, and there could have been a major issue. Luckily, Bobo's fast with the stuns and keeps himself safe there. They do have Physic floating here in the top side, maybe looking for a play. They've got 4 members there as well.
I'm gonna piggyback of something you said, right? You mentioned maybe putting the Ambessa against the Renekton, right? But with the new quests that Riot has introduced, I actually think that that's not that great of an idea. Because,
well, I mean, you don't roam until you finish your role quest, yes, but after the role quest is completed, then when you go side lane.
But exactly that. Because as soon as the role quest is completed for the, I'll pick this back up after we get this fight through, because this is not looking good, and down goes Renekton.
Well, my carrot's gonna know. Gonna get rooted up, and I think this is a bad place to be Caitlyn right now. Redemption will come out. Ultimate comes out by Zahen. He does end up killing Sambete, but now with the cease and desist, we're gonna see some action here onto the Ezreal. Ezreal gets out with the flash, but he is ticking down with Ignite, and now here is Anivia with the flash Vault Breaker there, and it's gonna be a kill here for the Karma. And with all that said and done, Goon City walk out with that was a 3 for 2, and it was 2 separate fights on 2 separate sides, right? So the Renekton died top side because there was multiple members, and then they got the Vi and the Ambessa in the bot side as well. And they may have also got Nautilus, or did I miss that?
Don't forget Caitlyn. They got Caitlyn as well. Nautilus is the only one who walked out. Nautilus is the only one who walked out. He
I think
died
I was
earlier.
thinking of Caitlyn instead of Naught, but yeah, it's still a super rough. And look at the gold lead mid, just purely based on CS. Like the Anivia right now has got a 60 CS lead. She is so accelerated in this game, especially with the Rod of Ages. Like, who kills her right now? You know?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but to get back to the point, as soon as that I was trying to make earlier, as soon as we've got the top lane, which you're going to see that the quests are done, right? Remember that they get bonus XP from everything that they kill. So if you match up the Ambessa against the Renekton is going to keep out leveling, and that level lead is only going to keep growing. That's the current problem with the mid laners, is that if you go to the ultra late game, unless you have an amazing scaling option like Azir or Ryze, it doesn't feel that useful because they just fall off. Which
I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Although I think that it's still better to face the Renekton. It's not great, but it's still better than to face this Anivia, who, I mean, they look like they're about to punish her because she's super overextended. But in the average non-overextended lanes, or like interactions, there's no way the Ambessa should really be able to do anything. And we're seeing here, even still, with such a hard commit, it still took so much to kill the Anivia, and Ambessa dies for it. And with the rest of Goon City here, they're gonna pick up everybody else. This is gonna be at least a 4-for-1 because Sambete is not getting out. Triple kill for Dua Lipa Superfan, maybe gonna be a quad. Never mind, Glove wants that kill instead. Second kill of the game here for the Renekton, and now this is where Goon City look like they're probably gonna start taking away, they're gonna run away with this. Like, they pop the Herald here, they're getting all the plates on this tier 2. If I were them, I would be cracking this the Herald into tier 2 mid now instead of the tier 3, but we'll see what they choose to do. We have other guys coming. Yeah, there we go. We drift it over to the tier 2 mid, get as many of the plates from that as we can, while Dua Lipa Superfan takes the Drake on his own. We do see Wave maybe cool out here. We're gonna see Ambessa chasing it. She does have Ignite, but nothing else. And, other than that though, not too bad.
I'm starting to get increasingly concerned about how this game is going to go for Salmon Gundunnies, for the very simple reason that Obo, who generally has been an amazing player for the Salmon Gundunnies, right now he's really behind.
I mean, hold on.
As we see
how much damage just came out of that Zahen ult, and we use a defensive public execution there by Ambessa just to get herself away from Zahen. But it needs to be stated just how strong Zahen is right now. He is majorly accelerated. He's got a 2-level lead. He's 8, 2, and 4. He's on 2 items. He's got the Sundered Sky as well as the Triforce. So he is very, very dangerous right now. As someone with that much gold and essentially 2 lives, yeah, he's not something you really want to fight here. And I like Smell My Carrot's answer to this right now, where he knows if he comes back and he tries to help the fight, he's going to die. So instead he went to go and proxy the waves to make it harder for them. They only have 1 wave, after that 1 wave dies, they can't keep this push going. It's a smart play to make when you know you're on the health total that he's in, and when you're as behind as you are, 2 levels down, 3k down in gold. Just kill the minions, just PvE and see what you can do. But they still lose the tier 2 top for it, and with the Drake coming up in about 3 minutes, You see, it looks like Goon City are kind of trying to take control of the bottom half of the jungle. They have loads of vision in there. My worry for that is that all of that vision will be gone by the time the next Drake comes up. So I don't know how like positively I feel about it, especially with the Baron just having spawned.
Yeah, but Karma just gets to reset and then just gets to replace it. So right now, the other team, even if they try to deny it, it's just you're just gonna have new vision on it being provided real soon. So I'm not really that annoyed with it. I think that's a good way. Now, something else that I'm gonna point out. Look at the levels in the EDIs. You've got Turlor is a level up on Samvete. Knowing that Samvete is the one person who, well, where you have a clear advantage, right? If you had been able to accelerate, amazing damage.
There's something wrong with your mic, by the way. Oh.
Right now,
it's like coming in now.
Get a lot. I'll quickly try and reconfigure it. Be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I can cover it in the meantime. But yeah, we can see here, Wave maybe caught out, gonna take a ton of damage, and then just not respecting the fact that the other two members could be there. Gonna eat a Vault Breaker into the public execution and straight to the fountain for Wave. But I don't know if I feel very well about that hook there, though. Physic is gonna get himself caught and killed. Threw himself into death there, which is not the best play. But it's okay. He did it because he was basing for Lockett, you know? It was just a quick base. I understand. Oh, with a flash wall by Anivia, Samvete is going to just get obliterated. And then we see Bobo comes in with the ultimate, but there's not much he can do here. And now it's going to just be... It's like they're going in one by one to die here. This is so rough for Salman Gondonis. I feel like the lead is just ballooned for them. And now that we're at 8.5k, they're playing the team fights really poorly, and I think this is probably gonna be... I don't think this is the game-winning push here, but Smell My Carrot is just chilling topside right now. I guess he knows that if he comes down to try and fight them here, it's gonna be 4v2, and he's not gonna be able to do anything. But yeah, they're gonna take the measured response here. They're gonna just base after taking the inhib. They have a ton of gold to spend. We're gonna get third item power spikes on a lot of the players here. And then they play for that Drake in 35 seconds, right? That Drake is soul for them. It's Mountain Soul, which makes will make Renekton and Zahen essentially unkillable. So it's looking very favored here for Goon City.
Would you play for the Drake though? Because I think that you know that Salman Gondonis is gonna try and fight there, so you can choose. Either you can play for that Drake, or you can actually make the cross map and go for the Baron while they're on the Drake. And I think that Baron just seals the deal here. If Goon City gets the Baron, then it's over.
I think that they want the fight, no? Like they have 9k gold lead right now. If they can't win a fight with a 9k gold lead, they're never going to win a fight in the game. So I think they go for the Drake because they have such an exponential lead that, you know, the enemy team have to fight them or they lose the soul, which we can see here that Salman Gondonis have decided not to fight them. I think a few of their members looked like they wanted to cross map, but they didn't commit all of their members to the Drake here. Glove was actually stood there steadfast defending the Baron, so they can't even try to cross map Baron for Drake here. And so we're gonna see, it looks like they end up trading soul for tier 1 top, and all of the members of Goon City have moved really quickly up to this top side, so they're gonna be able to catch Physic. They catch Rabadi as well, and now Smell My Carrot used ult there as if it were gonna get him anywhere, but unfortunately that's just not quite how Mbessa works. So he is gonna go down, and now Goon City get to take the Baron as well. So it's really rough for them there. I think it's I like the way they played that, considering how beefy the Renekton is. They would have had to, the Salman Gondonis would have had to decisively choose to fight Renekton as like a 4-man unit to be able to kill him swiftly enough. And so because they don't do that, because they didn't have that decisiveness, they end up getting nothing, and Goon City end up getting everything, right? They got the Baron, they still have it on all 5 of their team. So they have, what, the next 2.5 minutes to be able to just sweep up any remaining gold on the rest of the map. Currently, it looks like they're trying to catch Bobo, but he TPs himself to safety, and
he does the
this is a rough one.
The exactly, special right there.
Looking at Zahen here, just casually forcing Rabbidy off his own camps, and again, like I said, just a really hard time for Salmon Gondonis to play in this one right now. You know, the Goon City lineup looks super strong in this series.
The one thing I do like is that Salmon Gondonis have found a way to make sure that the Caitlyn got access to resources needed. Because as I was talking earlier, Caitlyn was down level. As we say that, we've got a fight going, breaking out, and this is not looking good for
the game-winning
Nautilus.
fight for them, to be honest. I think we see, Nautilus is going to go down, Bobo surely going to go down too, and he just gets hit by that splashback off of the Zahen abilities, and that's 4 down. Smell my carrot against the wall. He's not going to be able to do anything, and that is just game 1 wrapped up there for Goon City. They're going to happily take that one, and now as I mean, if you're Salmon Gondonis at a 12.7k gold deficit at 25 minutes, we're like, what adaptations do we make for game 2? You know, I think that game was kind of decisive. In the lane that they were supposed to get hard advantages, i.e. bot lane, their Caitlyn is 2-7. They do have a CS lead, but I'm sure we'll see in the damage numbers. I think Ezreal was more than serviceable in that game.
He most certainly was, or at least it felt that way, but they managed to at least allocate proper resources towards the end of the game. It's just a shame that they didn't do that from the start. I think that actually if they just made sure that Caitlyn was in an absolute great position, then we could have seen more here. As you see with the damage, the Ezreal has done more than the Caitlyn. I think that's a bit of a little regret that they will have, and something that they might need to consider fixing towards the next game, because there's definitely some advantages to be had from the bot lane. And the one thing that I will give credit to credit is where credit is due, is the amazing Anivia pick. Because remember, the round 2 bans were Ryze and Talia, making sure that Talia would deny access, and that Anivia pick was amazing. It was an amazing answer to the thing, and whether it was Kennen or Ambessa in the mid lane, in either scenario, I think that Yennefer would have done absolutely fantastic. So they made sure that they got a very good lane there, a very advantageous lane, and they played off, the Zahen played off the Anivia afterwards, and was allowed to, and got accelerated through the Anivia as well, by just making sure that all the fights in the mid lane, that he was a beneficiary, and picking up all that gold. Still, another thing that we have to credit, if you look at the gold lead, look at how close this game was right up until, so let's say, 14 minutes. There's basically nothing there, and let's say towards the end of the laning phase, that's where the Goon City decided to apply the pressure and absolutely took the game by the scruff and ran away with it. So I think that there's Salmon Gondonis, they can take solace in the fact that the laning phase was actually pretty good, that it was even across the board, and that it's just the part after laning phase, the decision making that comes there, that they need to specifically tackle, despite having the absolutely atrocious lane in the mid lane, because that was not an easy lane for the Ambessa.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think that the Ambessa lane was abysmal. I think that the Anivia pick was actually pivotal here for them to actually be able to kind of... They had a command of the game the entire time, even though I agree with you that the gold lead didn't look big. Top lane was pretty much equal when Kennen should be beating Renekton. The mid lane, Anivia's supposed to beat Ambessa. Ambessa's kind of really hard bullied by the wall and by all of her zone control. And then, you know, the Caitlyn got ahead in the early game. We had 1.5k gold lead on Caitlyn at like 10 minutes or something. But it got mitigated as soon as we moved to that 15 to 20 minute mark when we started fighting over second, third, and fourth drakes. And you know, it was just super hard for them. And we can see even in the objectives, right? Look, 2 towers to 10, all the void grubs, they got the herald, they got every single drake. Like, it was just really hard around the kind of the team orientated parts of the game for Salman Gandonis to really get in there. But let's cut to a break. We have game 2 draft coming up real soon. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Stay tuned, everybody. We will see you all soon. Peace. good. Oh, I got blasted by blue light there, but it's fine. I will make peace with it. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for game 2. Last chance saloon. Do or die for Salman Gondoni's up against Goon City. Whoever loses this series is going home for MiniLCS Winter Open 2025. So it is all to play for right now. And gonna see whether or not Goon City can put the final nail in the coffin for Salman Gondoni's, or if there's a little bit of fight left in the last place team right now, whether or not they can pull something back here. I believe draft is already complete, so we can just jump straight back into that whenever you are ready, Aaron. But what are you looking for, Mahasvara, in this game 2 draft here? We see those sides have been switched, so
I was going to say, I think that Salman Gondonis really need to get red side, as we see here, and make sure that counter pick goes to the one person who they know can have a massive impact and potentially carry them all the way up, which is Bobo. So I actually think that this already helps them out massively. I also like what they've done with the picks, being the Ari. It's a very blindable mid laner, has very few poor matchups, so it can go even during the laning phase. The question is, how are you going to impact that how are you going to use the Ari during the team fights? But that's a problem for later, I'd say. And I also like very much that they've decided to bring in something that is very reliable for the AD carry to set up, with a lot of setup for the Salman Gondonis. I'm a tad surprised that I'm seeing 2 AD carries again. I would have expected maybe Samvete to throw in an APC to see, considering that does look like his comfort. But happy to see the Yanara. I think that rounds out the comp rather well.
I agree.
Salman Gondonis with a very clear idea, very clear initiation. It's going to be coming from the Rel or from the Lee Sin, and then the follow up after that. So I like their comp. For Goonen, it is they've kind of drafted a pretty good answer towards all this, because any engage you can have immediately Zhao creating a large amount of space with his ultimate. So, and he can divide the fight if he places himself correctly. So I kind of like what they've done there. Again, Brom with melee champions always works out very well. Big fan of that. And the Camille, with the Camille, you can just be like, we're locking one person down and that person isn't going anywhere. So for now, I gotta say, I like both teams' comps. Good thought out comps. If I were to take a preference, I actually think that the Salman Gondoni one is slightly easier to execute. But there's going to be a lot of these mid laners and how they rotate their positioning and how they impact team fights. I think that's going to be the determining factor here, unless if somehow one of the laners gets an absolute lead and just runs away with the games. But if it was even Stevens, that positioning, flanking, charming up the correct target for the Ari, and making sure they're on the correct target to execute for the Akali, it's probably going to be the deciding factor. Any team you'd prefer being on?
I think that right now, so I lean mainly just out of bias towards Goon City, mainly because of the Camille. We have seen Glub hard carry games on Camille before. Obviously not yet in the Sweatlord bracket, but in many a game we have seen him 1v9 on that Camille when he was in the Weenie Hut bracket last season. Considering how well he played what I think is probably not a great matchup for the Renekton, I think that he should be able to do good things with this Camille. Other than that, I think the Akali might find a hard time, you know, finding angles in this game. But the last time I said that about a game in Hardstuck, the Akali ended up being insanely strong. So I don't actually know on that one anymore. Maybe my judgment on how good Akali is as a champion is kind of a bit skewed. But in my head, I'm like, in competitive play, when you can kind of track her more easily, she seems a little bit less good, right? Lucian Braum is a very strong early pick, or sorry, early duo. And, you know, Braum is a champion that can kind of hard carry the bot lane if the person knows what they're doing on the champion. He's very strong right now. He's, honestly, we've been like seeing a lot of Braums just kind of being played almost like an intimidation champ, you know, like he kind of creates tons of space with how bulky he is, how easy it is for him to prevent damage as well. He's very, very annoying to deal with. And I think when I look at the Salman Gandoni's draft, there's not a ton of stuff he's blocking, but like it's mainly going to be Yunara in the late game, right? He's going to be able to drop the shield when she's trying to hit people with when she uses her ultimate and turns her Q into kind of the big AoE swirling thing. And he's going to be able to just kind of stand in front of anyone with the shield, make it so she has to attack him instead of the person behind. But other than that, I don't think there's too much else. The ult is a good disengage tool for if Rel tries to jump on top of you, I guess. That's something as well. But it looks like it's mainly here for the laning phase type thing, because, you know, Lucian Braum is one of the most oppressive early game lanes due to Lucian being able to auto attack twice in quick succession with his passive. So it's literally you throw Winter's Bite, it lands, you dash in with Lucian, auto attack off of passive, third auto attack and it's done, or an extra auto from Braum if he's within melee range, and that person's stunned up in literally 0.5 seconds, right? Like they barely have time to react. And so, you know, with that, we can pair that with some priority ganks from the Xin Zhao, maybe some roams from Akali. I could see a world where Turalor and Wave actually hard win the bot lane here, because Yunara is a scaling pick and Rel doesn't. I don't think she has massive synergy with Yunara, to be honest. She's more just there for the generic engage. But I also want to bring some attention to the jungle, because I think Xin Zhao versus Lee Sin, again, we just saw it in Latitude versus Mystery, and the Lee Sin needs to do stuff early game. If he doesn't get leads, if he doesn't get ahead, he's gonna fall off a cliff. And we saw obviously in the Latitude of Mystery Inc. game, the Lee Sin was actually massively ahead. But seeing how game one went, I don't know if we're gonna see that same kind of Lee Sin performance here today, you know? We'll have to see if Rabadi can pull it out of the bag here, but I'm not super convinced with that draft right now, you know? I agree with you. I think it may have been an AP carry angle for Sanvete, to be honest. You know, it's potentially your last game of the tournament if you lose this, and so really you probably want to pull out all the stops to try and ensure playoffs. But we'll see as we get into game here what they do want to do. I'm gonna quickly have a scan of the runes and the summoner spells to see if anything interesting is there. But everything does look pretty bog standard, to be honest. Grasp of the Undying on the Camille. I believe Camille can also go press the attack, but in lanes where you don't think you have kill pressure, going for the Grasp is generally speaking better. And then everything else is pretty much bog standard, right? I think what PTA on Lucian makes sense. He can trigger it really easily. Conqueror for the Akali, I don't know if that's 100% normal. I'd have assumed it might be Electrocute, but I'm not too sure for you.
Nice little trade here for Bobo. I see more Akalis with Conqueror than with Electrocute.
Fair.
So it does feel like something that they generally opt into. I'm assuming that it has to do with their survivability in team fights, because they can proc it really fast, and then they can just heal a fair amount of that. But the lane for me to watch is the top lane. I need to see something from Boa this game. If I want to see, I think that if Salomon Gondonis have any hope, Bobo has to return to the Bobo that we have seen and have the high expectations of. So
the early game, the early lane has been his right now. You know, he was able to push Glub out. He's got a little bit of a CS lead. It looks like he just poked his head into the enemy jungle to see where Dua Lipa Superfan 4 has started their path as well, so they now know where the Xin Zhao is pathing to. And he's a little bit behind the Lee Sin, to be fair, in his clear, which is, I think, fairly normal. Xin Zhao's first clear is pretty bad, to be honest. He will probably be slow onto the grab, but is only maybe by a few seconds from the Lee Sin right now. And they're both going to be playing for that bot crab, so we'll have to see. With the pressure that Torilla and Wave have, they should actually be able to help Xin Zhao getting that bot crab, but we'll see what happens in the next 20 or so seconds, because it's going to be spawning in about 15. So, and yeah, the Yunara and the Rel right now, they are getting pushed in. There's not much they can really do in this early lane with how oppressive the Braum and the Lucian are. Very oppressive combo right there. And yeah, the only thing that really determines it here is just how much faster Rabidi was on his clear. Dua Lipa Superfan just a few seconds late, and Lee Sin's already on the crab, so what can you do about it? And bot lane's answer to it is to just punish the Rel as much as possible, but gonna be a double crab here as we see Xin Zhao hovering. They're looking at a potential bot lane dive. Salmon Gondonis do know about it though. They're aware that it's happening and they're ready to potentially combat it if they can.
Look at top lane. Look at top lane. The opposite might be happening here.
Yeah, Glub does have vision, so he knows that the Lee Sin is kind of like hanging about, but trade there kind of bad for Bobo, unfortunately. Didn't land the counter strike, and now hovering maybe mid as well. Both of his topside camps are already up for the Lee Sin, so yeah, he's gonna just, he hasn't based yet. He's sitting on probably about 1.1k right now, so if he does bump into this Xin Zhao at any point, he runs the risk of losing the fight because he's got a double longsword here. But when he does eventually base here, looks like he's opting for a gank on the mid lane. He's really gonna fish for this. He's gonna do the port. Oh, he whiffs on the Sonic Wave, but the flash charm. Okay, Smell My Carrot said it's just gonna get the first blood there. Flash E straight onto Bastel. And that is a very different start to the mid lane from what we had in game one. I think Bastel kind of ran the show in game one, but now he's on the back foot. He's down CS, he's down 400 gold off the first blood. Lost chapter is already completed here for Ari with the boots as well. So it's going to be much harder for Bastel to really impact on this Ari, right? She's going to be able to sustain way longer because she has mana every time she levels up. She's going to be harder to hit with the key skill shots because of the boots. Well, speaking of being hit, unfortunately there Sanvete is going to have to base. He is hurting right now. And as soon as they see that base timer come in for the Yunara and for the Rel, they immediately start this Drake, right? We can see Dua Lipa Superfan sitting on it. We've got a roam angle here by Bastel. There is an easy roam timer here with the cannon minion coming in. And okay, he's gonna go straight in, gonna immediately probably be able to get, he doesn't actually finish it. Sonic Wave is still attached, so even though he tries to run away, he's gonna get popped by the Lee Sin. Lee Sin gets locked up here by Braum passive, but not much else really. And we trade one kill here onto the mid for the Drake. And look at the health bars though. This is a really iffy dive. This is super messy right now. 1 for 1. They should. Surely they kill. They don't actually get the Rel. Wow. And now Rabidi should be able to chase this down. It's one more Sonic Wave away from surely a kill. And one more auto. Surely we get one more auto. Oh, there we go.
And that's also his level 6. So he's at all this. He ends up with level 6, which is really big. Rabidi is in prime position to have a large impact on this game. And you mentioned it earlier. You mentioned how the Lee has to do things early on, and
he needs to have impact.
Applying that. So this is
100%.
Big. I'm not sure I agree with the dive here.
Yeah, the dive is forced for sure, knowing it was a 3v3.
Yeah.
I think they got a little bit, like, you know, when you see the play and it's like, oh, kind of like seeing red, like a bull type thing. But, you know, we see here, they go 1 for 1. It's going to be a shutdown for Dua Lipa Superfan because, yeah, the Lee Sin did have an extra chunk of gold on him, and he probably finishes off Ari here as well. I don't see how Smell My Carrot gets out of this. He can try and sidestep the W, but unfortunately, Xin Zhao's range is just a little too high there. and that's 2 quick kills and the entire gold lead on the Lee Sin completely mitigated here. Sucks for him, but he has Profine Hydra right now, so he's very strong. You know, he's going to be looking for angles, looking to see where he can maybe find kills. We haven't seen any real focus up in the top lane. Top lane has been a bit of a snooze fest this game, but looking at Lee here, Lee's going for it on the Xin Zhao. He lands the Sonic Wave. He's just straight up 1v1ing him on his own objective here, trying his hardest to make the Xin Zhao's life hell, but Akali is coming. Speaking of coming, we got the culling coming, and now Lee Sin's gonna maybe get caught out by 3 members there. Xin Zhao tries to go in, but just gets popped. Just zero respect for the damage out of the Lee Sin, but now then Glub is gonna pop too, and Bastel is all alone. Counter-Strike should land, doesn't actually hit it though. And now I think Bastel is safe. He even hits the emote there for a little bit of BM.
Yeah. There's one other thing that I think is... One other thing that's important to note is that with the dive earlier, where we had Gravity picking up so many kills, none of it went on to Samviti. Because if that had gone, if Samviti had got 1 or maybe even 2 kills, that would have changed the bot lane so much. Right now, we're seeing the Lucian absolutely dominating the bot lane.
Ooh, and goes crazy. Rocket. Oh, so hold up. That's the Magnet Rise there. They are really trying here, but I think it's still going to be a 1-for-1. We're gonna. Oh no, it might be a 2-for-nothing. The amount of damage that just came out of them onto that Yanara. Yanara's trying to get away with a dash. She's almost baiting it, but she just goes down. And that was really well played there by Turalor and Wave. They were able to kind of bait them in there. We see the Magnet Storm come in. They know exactly how much HP they can survive on there, and they walk away with a double kill. So yeah, they think, oh look, he's low mana, we land the stun, we land the Magnet Rise, surely this is a free kill. But Rel just gets exploded right there. Her health bar just depletes, and then with the stun from Braum onto Yanara, now she can't even play, and now she's trying her best to kite and use the vision to her advantage a little bit, but it just wasn't really enough. Meanwhile, mid lane here, we see the opposite. So Ahri gets beset on by the Xin Zhao. She's able to kind of kite away, lands the charm. As soon as the charm is done, Xin Zhao's definitely dead here. There's nothing you can do. Sonic Wave is going to make sure of it, and then flashes immediately in the top lane as we come back to live.
It feels like we've got action everywhere.
Yeah, the game is very, very aggressive here. We're going to smell my character to solo. This is a very different game here for Bastel, you know. The Anivia angle was insane, but on this Akali, he's really struggling to actually get anything going for himself. I think the only thing that's really going well for them here is these objectives, you know. They're getting them with very little contest. Seems like Salman Gondonis are so focused on trying to win in lanes here, trying to find kills, that they're not truly paying attention to what they can actually get from the neutrals, right? And so we see there, they tried something onto Wave. They did pop the Dragon Kick to try and finish off the Braum, but he's so beefy right now. He's only sitting on the tier 3 boots and the Wardstone, but like now Salman Gondonis have got to run with their tail beneath their legs, because they just don't have the health bars to deal with that. And that's going to be they have to sacrifice second Drake here as well. After taking that play and the play going poorly, then now Xin Zhao and Akali just head straight towards the Drake, and now it's just cool. We take that, we continue to stack, we're happy, you know. Yes, the Lee Sin is fed, but we can deal with it, essentially, is their answer.
Yeah, but also look at the gold. If you look at the gold, is nearly even, but there's such a massive lead on that Lucian. 2.4k. That's an item. That's at least a half an item. I'd even say 2/3 of an item. The advantage that is being used there.
I was gonna say it's like 100 gold under an item, really, like depending on what item he's going for. But yeah, speaking of, Akali just gets caught again, and now Bastel here is 1-5, and Glub nearly gets dove, but fortunate for him, he's got the E ready to go, repels himself to safety, and at this point, it's I think Bobo's a little bit ahead right now. He's gonna get himself some plates, gonna be able to farm the wave while Glub tries to base in safety. But you know, with the Lee Sin hovering in his topside jungle, where even is safe? We'll see Rel's gonna take a chunk of damage here from the Lucian. We did mention he is on 2.3k gold up onto the Inara, so Look at the CS lead. It's nearly 50 CS. They've had complete control of this bot lane, to be honest.
And not only that, look at the completion of the quest as well. For Bobo, he's completed his quest, whereas the bot lane hasn't completed their quest of Salomon Gondanis. They haven't completed their quest, whereas Turalor has completed his. So we're seeing advantages across the board here. And dare I say that this feels familiar territory.
Hold up. Glove might be dead here. We're gonna see. Maybe Bobo's trying. Bobo's one attack away. He gets away.
And Bobo's gonna feel bad about this one. Bobo already ran back. He thought he had it.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate there. If he just continued moving forward there, he gets that 100%. But you know, it's those small margins right now that, you know, that's what's going to define these games. And you know, it is a game of not even inches, but like millimeters. You know, it's so hard to be able to kind of see that kind of thing happen, right? Especially considering he's one of the only people on his team right now that's kind of even, like, without why I say that. To be fair, Ari's actually really ahead. It just doesn't feel like it is, because they're on the same amount of items, right? Even if it's 1.6k gold, they're still both on first light and power spikes. And speaking of Ari, she's gonna Spirit Rush in, lands the charm onto the Braum. Second Spirit Rush used, and the culling is now really hurting. And look at Rel, she almost dies just for existing in this space. And now we have a trade topside as well. We just have combat on all fronts right now. She dodges the stun with her own ultimate. That was very clean play there by Glove to keep himself alive. If he ate that counter strike, he was dead. And he's gonna walk out.
Very well played. But still, it's interesting to seeing how things are going. And look at the resources that they are investing in the bot lane, trying to make sure that they somehow can shut down Turalor, but he is having none of it. And good reactions as well from his team to back him up. And this is, as long as that massive lead exists, I think that there's going to be a really big advantage for any time you want to play for that Drake, which is up in 90 seconds. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Damage charts also showing that Bobo has started to awaken and is absolutely trying to put the hammer down in the top lane and create an advantage. And with two minor differences, we're looking at 2 kills for Bobo, and that top lane would be completely different at that point.
Yeah,
It's,
100%.
as you said, inches. The problem is after a while, all those inches, they become a pretty large margin. So
yeah, they can. No, for sure. I mean, speaking of, we see 6th death of the game for the Akali, and now Bobo tries to go in for it, but they just didn't track where the Zinjao was, and it should still be a kill here. Almost gonna, there we go, secure it there for Glub with the I think that's his key. No, it's his E, right? Yeah, it's his E.
It's key to kill.
Yeah. No, yeah. So it's now, we now take it as a trade. We see that they get that one killed there. We're going to see TP here by the Akali. So it's not actually going to be a turret here for Salman Gondonis. Meanwhile, bot tier 1 is already dead, and we can see with the Lucian Braum, they're already taking plates on tier 2, and they're very happy to take that trade there. No love lost there for them, but yeah, super unfortunate for the Jacks here. He's they're both on Triforce here, but look again, no priority here on this Drake for Salmon Gondonis, and Lucian and Zinjao just go straight to it as soon as it spawns. They take it immediately. They're on Soul Point now, so this means in 5 minutes, at 21 minutes, which is almost a perfect score in terms of time for the Drake, they have to be there. We need to see Salmon Gondonis contest something, because right now they're getting lane advantages. Yes, we have 1,000 gold on their jungler and a nearly 2k on their mid laner, but like with the gold advantage on Lucian, And I want to mention that, like, I think Lucian isn't even massively ahead of the rest. I don't know if we can get the gold up, but I think in comparison to the mid laners, I don't think he's like insanely ahead. But like, it's more so that Samvete is so far behind. I wouldn't be surprised if Samvete is like 4th. Yeah, there we go, 6th highest gold in the game. Like, Rabadi and Turalor are on the same gold, but Samvete is just massively behind right now, and it's just super rough for him. But yeah, we'll see whether or not Rabadi can make something happen here. They pop the ult here for the Yanara, and they're trying their hardest here to kill Lucian, but Lucian's got big damage, and it's really way closer than it should be. They are going to probably be able to kill Samvete here, but at least they got a kill onto him. We take that, right? Rel here almost certainly dead. She's trying her best to weave and buy time so that her team can maybe come, but nobody is even near. Ari's bot and the 2 other members that are alive are top lane. You can't do anything here right now, but they're taking surprisingly long to finish him. They're playing with their food a little bit there, I think. And,
yeah, that was
hold up. I liked the play there by Bobo to drag Glurb with him, right? As soon as Glurb pressed R, he can't come out of the obligation to keep applying the I can't even remember what it's called. It's like something ultimatum, if I remember correctly. But once that happens, he's like, okay, cool. We immediately jump, and then you have to your ultimate's bringing you out way further than you would like, right? And then with the Lee Sin there as well, that means that you might be able to punish it, but he doesn't actually get anything. And this is now a 3v2. Braum is here, so this.
You are referring to the Hextech ultimatum.
Hextech ultimatum. There we go. I knew it was something ultimatum.
But no,
I just couldn't remember the exact wording.
But look at the gold lead. It's team-wise, it's dead even.
Yeah.
I'm team fights. I am so concerned. And once again,
Glove takes bad damage there.
Bobo they're trying to find an advantage here, but each time there's somebody up there. Be it Dua Lipa found 4 once, now it's Wave that's rotating. They're recognizing that they just need to put a second member up here, and they're even bringing a 3rd. So they have to make this work in the bot lane. There has to be a kill here, I'd say.
Yeah, I think they should be able to, right? We see TP coming out here for I believe Camille. They are going to commit several ultimates here to try and get her. Although, look, I think Rel's just going to go down. They end up getting nothing, and they end up losing the Rel as well. Big damage going to come out onto Glove, but do they have the finishing power? Sonic Wave is going to miss. He's going to hit a minion, and now he's just kind of under the turret. And now we see that many men of Moon City are here. And, yeah, we get punished for it. So Rabadi did still get 1 kill there. He finished Pastel, but this is... Oh, hold up! Oh! Whoa! Bobo just coming in with a crazy 1v1. And that is
Bobo is having none of it. And
yeah,
this is massive. Because this means that
being
if
able
this
to survive
fight
that is huge,
up,
yeah.
And that's big.
Oh. The Braum Yanara 1v1 that Braum is winning is kind of crazy. But you know what? Braum is kind of broken right now, so you know what? Fair enough. I'm not even going to hate. You know, we're on Vandal Pipes, so he's already full build, so you know. And Yanara, she did just have the Kraken Slayer, but she now has, I believe it's called the Night Fiend Bolts, or Fiend Hunter Bolts, I think? Fiend Hunter?
Here we
yeah, Fiend Hunter Bolts, there we go. But yeah, look at the 1v1 here. That, just the amount of time that Counter-Strike gives you up against those kind of auto-attacker champions is so obnoxious.
How much HP was he on? I'd love to know how much.
It was less than 100.
I'm thinking that is... I even think it's lower. I think it's sub 20. I think he was on sub 20 there. What we're seeing, because
some of that clip that.
He clutched it out there.
Send it for the giveaway.
But no, well, we see that they've brought everybody down. Now the question is, how did they get a proper fight here?
Hold up.
In their
This
favor.
is really favored. Salman Gondonis are gonna actually get the play here. Culling does hit several members, but that's a double kill here for Smell My Carrot, and they are gonna keep the chase going. Turalor's gonna go down. Bobo takes that kill, and now it's Braum on his own. The Akali really can't do much here. We got 2 extra charges of Spirit Rush left, and they are gonna continue to chase her through the jungle. There's nowhere to go there, and now that's going to be first Drake, surely, for Salman Gandonis. Surely they take that. And yeah. 8 HP is what that Jackson left on in the replay. That's crazy. Holy moly. Yeah, well, we did talk about how, you know, it's a game of millimeters, right? And a single digit health, that's millimeters if I've ever heard it. So, you know, you like to see it. Bobo here putting on a show right now in this potentially last game for Salman Gandonis. And do you know what though? Like, they are fighting really hard here. I think that if they would have to do something particularly bad here to throw this lead, right? I think Yunara right now is still behind, but she's a scaling champion, so the more time we buy her, the better it is, right? Lucian, he's on the opposite side of it. He's less strong the later the game goes because he's just not as much range as Yunara, right? He's very limited by the fact he's only, I think, 500 range. It's 500 or 525. But either way, like he's super limited by that, and
but look at the gold
be able
lead.
To see. Yeah, 4K. No, yeah. We'll be able to see as we move towards
Dragon was nearly even.
Hold up. Let's talk about the fight here, though. We're going to see the Braum ult come out. Culling is also going to land here, but Braum is already dead. And now Akali might be able to finish this execute here onto the Lee Sin. Sorry, onto Ahri even. They do finish Ahri, but now the rest of them should surely be dead. Lucian is getting to free fire, though. Look at the low health bars. This is probably going to be okay here for Goon City. We're going to see Bobo TP in alongside Glub, and he's going to try and punish Akali, but look at the full HP Lucian right now. Turalor is basically standing in melee range, just like, come on, bro, jump on us. We want the fight. And now with Glub here, they are maybe looking for more. They're not going to commit, though. Just going to go back, let Salman Gandonis take the wave, and be happy that they've shrunk the gold lead by 1,000 here. It's not the worst play in the world, for sure, for the side of Goon City. They got what they could. They didn't overextend too much, and now we prep for what I imagine will be the next Drake in 3 minutes, unless either of the teams want to try and play around the Baron here. But yeah, the replay, we're going to see they catch they catch Wave here in the jungle, Braum, and he's just a free kill. But then now, with how many people they have committed, they know they can get some stuff. The ultimate from Xin Zhao is going to knock away several people, which gives them enough space to make sure they finish the Ahri. And then from there, now with Lucian just being not remotely targeted, he's able to kind of free fire. He gets a couple good autos off, and they make sure the rel as well. Meanwhile, bot lane, Glub just catches Smell My Carrot completely lacking as we go back to live, and that is a free kill for the Camille there, bringing himself back in. He has finished the Ravenous Hydra as well, so his lifesteal is going to be pretty on point here. And Lee Sin jumping in there. I don't know if there's anything to get, though. Is the problem, right? The conundrum with the Lee Sin here is that we're getting to the point in the game where he's starting to fall off, you know? He's had to start building defensively as opposed to offensively, and we're seeing Bobo take a ton of damage here. R2 gonna come out by Akali, and she's only alive right now because of the invis by the Shroud, but it's enough time to let the team get here, and Glub isn't even a part of this fight. The Magnet Riser is gonna come out, but Rel is already dead. What can you do here? Zhonya's is gonna prevent the Lee Sin from finishing off the Akali, and Bobo goes in for the 3-man counter-strike. They are gonna land it. They actually might still lose this fight, though. Xin Zhao lands W onto 2 people. Lucian is gonna get at least one there. Double kill for the Xin Zhao, and now Yunara is all alone. This turret means nothing. Triple kill for the Xin Zhao. And Dua Lipa Superfan is doing something right in this game, because he is 8-5-7, and he is putting on a show in this late game. Ahri does finish off Glub there, but with everybody else dead on his team, they kind of have to let this Baron go. There's not much they can do here. So I mean, if you're Salman Gondonis right now, what's the play? You know Baron is going to be gone here in the next minute because your entire team is dead. You have a jungler that's kind of falling off now because he's had to build tanky as opposed to damage. Your main threats right now are probably going to be your Jax and your Ahri, right? Because Sanvete is still not really in this game. What do you do? How do we win this?
Well, step one is by getting vision, making sure you've got all the vision you need for that dragon, because right now the Goon City have a decision to make. They can either decide to farm up the lanes and get the maximum amount of advantage, or they can go for see if they want this fight here, which by the looks of it, they are favoring the fight. They want that soul. Now,
yeah, I mean, I get that. That makes sense. They want to prevent the soul here. But if they lose this fight, I'm not going to lie to you, I think the game is cooked. If they lose this fight, then they're going to lose the equal golds that we have. 2-man Magnet Rise, right, or Magnet Storm even right now. TP is coming in, but Smell My Carrot's going to get rid of Turalor. Turalor is most of the gold on the team right now. Ahri is going to finish off Braum as well. We still have 3 whole uses of Spirit Rush ready to go. Rel is being jumped on by Akali, but the counter strike comes out, and that's a quadruple kill for Smell My Carrot.
Excellent flash from Bobo. Look,
that was
when
very
you see that replay, he did everything he needed, and the question now is, can the Salomon Gondonis just end it straight up?
I don't think they can. I don't think they can. Surely not. Turalor and Wave are up in 50. Like, they have a wave, but it's not Baron empowered or anything. They don't really have a frontliner. We can see here Glub is trying to stop them, and they are focusing on killing Glub as opposed to going for those Nexus turrets. And now with only 2 minions to their name, you know, Braum is here, Lucian is here. What can they do here? They're gonna stun up the Lee Sin. Oh no, they don't. Culling is gonna come out and nearly kill Bobo, but they have to cut it off early. And note now that they chose to try and end the game, failed to do so, Drake is still up and they all have to reset. So this might just be a forfeit of soul to Goon City, because like, what can you do? Like, we have the TP came out from Bastel. He is flanking the enemy team right now from the bottom side of the map. Xin Zhao just goes straight onto the Drake and they're forcing them away. You know, we can see Sanvete and Rabidi are here because they have full health bars, but TP is going to come out from Bobo. Someone needs to go in soon because the Drake's going to go down, and that's ultimate. Sorry, Cloud Soul. I was going to call it Ultimate Soul for a second there, because it's obviously you get the move speed from your ultimate, right? That's just my brain going a mile a minute there. But okay, they're gonna get a Kali that's kinda nice, but like, it's not, you know, it's not losing Cloud Soul worth. She is 2 and 11 right now, basically a caster minion.
I'm actually going to... I actually think that this soul might actually be in the advantage of Salomon Gondonis. And I'll explain here.
Because they can get
this is the replay.
The Elder,
and
I'm assuming.
And look at Bobo's flash at the end. Like, look at Bobo recognizing where he needed to be.
Yeah.
Making sure that was well played. But as we go back to live, we see that Bastel is still dead, and the Salomon Gondonis, they're just pressuring everything here, which is really good. Now, the reason why I say this soul might not be that bad is if you look at the speed, who really benefits from this soul? I think it's Lucian, maybe Akali, and that's
I mean, hold on, going for the dive here right now, and they are just casually trying to take them under their own inhibitor turrets. Ahri gets in, Jax has gotten 2 kills here, and they are trying their hardest, but there goes Akali. She's gonna find the Yunara, and now there are 3 people waiting for the Zhonyas to pop, and as soon as it does, they get the inhibitor turret here. And Salomon Gondonis are bringing the heat right now. They've dragged that gold lead straight back up to 5.5k. A whiff on the charm is unfortunate, but Glub looks at the health bars and they really do think they can make something happen here. You have Lucian and Camille both on 3+ items. They think they can find something, and oh, look at the death push. Not the death push, surely not. Hextech Ultimatum's gonna come out and he immediately ease away. And that is very well done there by Glub to recognize he was in danger and just be like, yep, cool, I'm out. I'm gone.
I'd also like to shout out Glub here just for a second, because Bobo has been doing amazing, picking up a huge amount of kills. Look at the gold difference between them. Glub nearly has identical in gold, considering that he is down a bunch of kills, but Bobo is using that to make sure that he powers through everything in team fights together with the Ahri. As we see this, we've got a fight here, and the question is who's going to come out on top. We've got a good Magnus Storm coming out with an ult to disengage right away, and we've got Kali in the back end.
I think this is just resoundingly a Goon City fight here. I don't know, everybody's dropping here for Salmon Gondonis. Without Bobo there to set up the plays, it looks like the team just fell through, and right now, you know, the Jax is 1v3 and he's trying his hardest, but without Counter-Strike now, he's just gonna go down. Akali's kiting enough. And that's just a straight up ace, and that 5k gold lead they built literally 3 minutes ago, they have just thrown away. And Baron is up in 20 seconds. So with Baron up in 20 seconds, yeah, I think that's what the play is, right? Yeah, it is. I don't even think they get the inhib here because people are up in 20 seconds, right? You probably just go straight for the Baron here. Yep, good call. We can see it looks like Akali's maybe thinking about staying for the inhib, but like nah. Just go for the Baron, get the reset, and then we take the next 5v5 that comes up, right? Well, let's see how this play starts. So we see Rel makes the start. They charm the Braum with Ahri as well, but now they just don't know that the Lucian is there, and so Rel is kind of caught in a bad place. And now they have 3 members here. Akali, no vision on her either. She just immediately comes in. Camille as well. They force the backline away, and so now it is Lee Sin on his own against 3. Meanwhile, the backline are getting dove by Akali and Camille. So even though Akali and Camille aren't insanely strong right now, you know, removing Yanara, removing the Ahri from the fray, and with no Jax, it's just super hard. They got torn apart there, and what can you do?
Yeah, that's probably the one downside. Now we've got Elder up in 90 seconds, and the reason why I said that it might not have been bad Soul is because it doesn't benefit many people except for maybe Azure say this.
Hold up,
they just keep fighting each time. I'm trying to point this out.
Look, Rel and Lee Sin are just in the backline here, and they are gonna get eviscerated. And then again, look, this is just another Goon City favored fight. We've just completely thrown our gold lead, and the enemy team have Baron right now with everybody dead. Bobo is trying his hardest, but it's a 1v5, and he is gonna get rinsed, and that is just one bad team fight too many. It's gonna be game. There's no way. Yeah, Samvete is up in 28 seconds, and they could probably just finish before he spawns at this point. They have a wave, they have the Void Grubs, they have all 5 members. It is very much comeuppance here for Salmon Gondonis there. They played so well until they took those 2 bad fights there at the end of that game, and with that, their tournament dreams end. They brought the fight to every team they faced, but unfortunately they couldn't secure wins against most of them. And you know, commiserations to Salmon Gondonis, and thank you for taking part, to be honest, because you know, I was very open to them at the time when they signed up. Like you guys can defo play, but like you're way lower than the average in this bracket. And they were like, yeah, we'll run it. Fucking lit it red. And you know what, I honestly respect that. I think that they're considering they were very much underdogs in every single match that they played. I think that they did very well to, you know, to kind of make the games competitive. And yeah, I think in this one, it's unfortunate that the last 2 fights were played so like poorly, but you know, the rest of the game was pretty clean by them. They very clearly can build leads for themselves, you know?
I think that they can leave with their heads held high. They gave everybody a good run. Even though this is a 2-0, this was a fiercely contested series, especially game 2, where they could have taken it. And they will now have a couple of things to work on, probably. Hopefully we'll get to see them back, actually, because they're a fun bunch.
For sure, bro. And, yeah, I would love to see them back.
And I'd love to see them back and go one step further next time, because I think that that's the progress you can look for, you can aim for. And because if you just look at the laning phase, again, laning phase here pretty even. They actually this time managed to get a fairly decent lead. They were able to build up close to 5k. then they make a mistake, then they get an amazing fight where they are once again after the 28 minute, they're ahead for a long part, and then it's just 2 fights at the end where they kind of forget that they need to be together as a team. I think there, because in both fights the Jax was he was rushing over to try and cover for them. They I think that's the only thing that they're going to be slightly regretful. But other than that, I mean, the Ahri played insanely this game. Bobo once again was an absolute menace in the top lane. I loved seeing Rabbity going and doing all these plays on the Lee Sin. Zamvete, this series was maybe not his best, but he's shown that he can do some very, very good stuff. And so it remains to be seen what will happen next. I'm actually going to miss them now that I finally managed to sort out how to pronounce their name. It's an end for them, but still, this was some really good stuff.
Maybe not. Maybe we see them. Maybe we see them in summer. Who knows? You know, we'll see. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. Yeah, for sure. But I think unless we only have one more thing to do if Aaron's ready for it. I don't know. I did send him the link for it, but he might not have seen it. Obviously the oh no, we're going back to the faces. Okay, all right. So
Aaron has seen it.
Okay, cool. So last thing we have to do today, because it is the end of week 4 officially today, as it is Sunday, we have the clip giveaway to do. So everybody's clips that were approved, I believe we have about 23 of the fuckers. Let me double check just to make sure. But yeah, we have a ton of these clips. I have accidentally deleted the browser that had it in it, which is great of me. There we go. 23. Yeah, there are 23 individual clips. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 individual people. So obviously some of them are in there more than others because some people submitted a ton of clips. And considering our objective here was to get as many clips as possible, we're as opposed to giving the skin to a person who did the play, we're giving it to the person who submitted the play, because fundamentally we only care about having the clip, we don't care who did the clip. Yeah, that's kind of the logic behind it, so that we can use the clip for trailers and the like. But yeah, when Aaron is ready, we will actually, well, no, Aaron, before we do the thing, do you want to you want to show them the prize? You know, what do they stand to win? A skin worth what amount of RP was it again?
They get... Oh. There you go.
That's Eunice's finest creation, you know? That and the new FF gear, the new FF emote. Let me find it. The new FF emote is top tier. I'm surprised it hasn't been seen as much use in yeah, there we go. Huge. Fucking Jesus. NA production is also pretty good, to be fair. Let me drop that one as well.
Shut up.
That is a top tier emote. It's one of my favorites. But yeah, so the first winner, the inaugural winner of our 1350 RP skin giveaway for your clip submissions will be, drumroll please, Fail Smite for a Mumu. So, if I remember correctly, let me refer to the sheet to see who got Fail Smite. It was Theus that got that. So it's yeah, we don't have the clip loaded, unfortunately, but it was from the very recent Good Chimps versus Hardstack Helmets series. So I will be in contact with Theus in the near future to make sure we get him his 1350 RP skin. Congratulations to you, and oh, go on.
considering we've got 2 junglers on the casting desk right now, I gotta say I do see the irony of that being the clip that gets chosen for this. I do see the irony from it.
Honestly, the thing that makes me laugh the most is there was a Waterboy from Gromp support group submitted like 10 fucking clips. We only approved like 8 of them, but the point is he still made about 30% of the pool of people that could have been selected. So in my head I was like, this guy's definitely getting it. Like, surely he gets it. But no, never mind. Unlucky for him. For everybody who didn't get it, for everybody who was unsuccessful, do remember that we will be doing everyone every single Sunday from now until the end of the tournament. So, but from this point onwards, this week was you could submit clips from any series that had happened thus far. Next week onwards, now that we've done this kind of backlog week, it's going to be submit clips from this week's games. So, you're going to have to be actively watching the stream, actively clipping the streams that occur during playoffs for you to be eligible. And we'll make a new thread for the week 5 clips and whatnot. You can submit games from this, clips from this series. We will accept those considering we ran it literally right after. But yeah, otherwise, I think we are all set to cut off. We don't actually have any scheduled games coming up right now because we are in the wake of playoffs. So if I remember correctly, I think there was supposed to be Afterlife's Mystic versus Hagrid's Hermione's tomorrow, but I received a DM about something that I think there might be something going on with that, so I'm not 100% sure, but I'll let you guys know. There will be an announcement in the server as soon as we know that there is going to be a stream. But yeah, otherwise, keep your eyes open for playoffs. They will be coming soon. I think this week coming up, February 9th through February 15th, is going to be the preliminary playoffs week for Hardstuck bracket, and round 5 pairings for Sweatlord, and round 5 of Group A in Hardstuck. So for those of you who haven't seen how the Hardstuck playoffs bracket is going to work, all of the second seeds from groups B to E are facing each other. The winners of those will seed into the top 8, which will have all of the first seeds, and then first and second seed from Group A. So Group A having 6 people, it's a little bit more of a brawl. It's also took 2 weeks longer to finish because they have 2 more opponents than everybody else, so 2 more weeks. So they get that kind of playoff top 8 immediate finish. It's more of a logistics thing than a ranking thing, but it does mean that whoever gets second seed in Group A is going to place higher than at least 2 people who second seeded in Groups B through E. But needs must, we need to do what we can to make the logistics of the tournament work, because if we don't, then we have to start turning people away, and we don't want to do that. We want to make sure everybody who wants to take part in MiniLCS gets to take part. So yeah, this week coming up, like I said, we got final week of Sweatlord group stage, final week of Group A Hardstuck games, and then the preliminary playoff games for Hardstuck as well, which is going to be Beer Before League versus Dillamond Esports, and McMoody's Mandem versus Cutter's Piggies. So they are going to be very hype matches. We're going to keep our eyes peeled for those. So yeah, otherwise, any other last words, Maheswara, Aaron, we good?
We're good. We're good here. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next week will bring, because there's always some good stuff to pick up. Be it either a failed smite or a penta kill. I'm looking forward to seeing what the teams will bring next.
Not the failed smites, please. Not like this. I'm playing next week, bro. I don't need that. I don't need that kind of thing in my aura, Like, damn. I've been doing pretty well with the smites this season,
I mean, I'm building it up. We all know it's happening, though. At some point, each and every jungler always goes through that one phase where they end up missing a couple of smites where they're like, oh, god damn it. We should have just been able to get. So it's something natural for junglers. By now, we're used to it. And we just go, well, we'll get the next one.
But yeah, sweet. Without further ado, I think we are gonna sign off. So we will see everybody in the Twitch chat soon. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'm gonna find out and we'll let people know. But at latest, it's gonna be, I think Tuesday or Thursday at least, is gonna be the Dillerman's Esports and Beer Before League series. Those are the 2 days we're floating right now. Magmoody's Mandem and Cutter's Piggies, I do not know when that game's happening. Threads will go out for all of the week 5 pairings literally when the stream finishes, so in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and as soon as we start locking dates, we will see all of you then. In terms of the official stream, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday this week coming up, or is it Thursday, Friday, Sunday? Thursday, Friday, and Saturday this week coming, so that will be the 12th, 13th, and 14th of February. We will have official broadcasts. We're going to run through what is left of the group stage. If we have anything, we'll probably prioritize getting the playoff games done, to be honest with you, because they're the ones of most importance. But after those, it will be maybe some VODs. We've been floating an idea of trying to do another type of stream. We've no commitment yet, but we're thinking about it, and if we do it, it will probably be on Saturday the 14th. But yeah, otherwise we're good to go. We will see all of you soon. Peace.